Blue Lake City Council meeting, please go ahead and stand for the flag salute.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll get it someday. All right. City Manager Duffy, can you go ahead and please establish a quorum?
Councilmember Napier,
Here.
Councilmember Louis Lucelle,
Here.
Councilmember Swanson,
Here.
Councilmember Scafani,
Here.
Councilmember Bales.
Here.
All right.
You
we
have a quorum present
Thank you.
and ready to rock.
Can we get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
So the first and a second, any public comment on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council for approval. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, it passes. All right, moving on to public comment. The public is invited to present petitions, make announcements, or provide other information to the city council that is relevant to the scope of authority of the city of Blue Lake that is not on the agenda. The council may provide up to 15 minutes for this public input session. To ensure that each individual presentation is heard, the council may uniformly impose time limitations of 3 minutes to each individual presentation. The public will be given the opportunity to address items that are on the agenda at the time the council takes up each specific agenda item. I'll go ahead and open up to public comment. Yes, Becky, go ahead.
Hi, it's been a while since I've been up here. My name is Becky Thornton Ragoja, and I'm here to announce our first annual Blue Lake Scavenger Hunt on Sunday. It is from 10 to 1. We have myself, Angela Dare, and Rebecca Collins have made 100 gift bags, and they will be stuffed with all kinds of fun stuff for the kids. We have age groups and everything to go with it. It's going to be on the Loop Trail, and so there'll be 3 different sections with age groups. I'm going to leave a couple of flyers over here, so you can feel free to take one. And we just hope to see some kids get out here and enjoy the fun, and we're just trying to get kids out there on the trail and to enjoy themselves out here in Blue Lake. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And if you need anyone to help you hide those, I'm happy to help. All right, next person. Yes, Adeline, go ahead.
Adeline Jones. The last meeting that I spoke to the council, I went over my 3 minutes. I was reporting on our August 16th citywide yard sale, an event that I started in 2005. This would have been our 10th annual citywide yard sale, except that we had to cancel in 2020 because of the pandemic. It rained in the morning, but nevertheless, we had a good day with lots of Cal Poly Humboldt students and families buying things in Blue Lake. More recently, last Thursday, September 18th, the Blue Lake Chamber of Commerce had a mixer at Camp Bauer. It rained again, this time lightning and thunder. But we had a good group. Kudos to our chamber president, Justin Goad, to our chamber secretary, Emily Wood, treasurer, Nalani Luddington, and fellow directors, Amanda Maker and Colin Vance. On September 3rd, I attended a Safe Routes to Blue Lake Rancheria workshop, which was very informative, held at the Tribal Justice Center in the Blue Lake Rancheria. I went there as a representative of the city since I am the chair of the Public Safety Committee. And last but not least, on Saturday, this past Saturday, September 20th, we had our Blue Lake Public Safety Fair. It rained again. But anyway, we had about 18 agencies represented. It went from 10 to 2. We had families that enjoyed many free items. The Redwood Coast Mountain Biking Association gave out free bike helmets, and they had many more to spare. Special thanks to fellow public safety commissioners Lynn Glenn and Ted Hales, and a very special thank you to Molly Homan from the Resource Center. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Seems to be raining on somebody's parade. Yeah, I'm here and I'm proudly here supporting Elise. I feel the topic of integrity has been brought up many times. I feel she has the integrity. I feel that she's not a person that would totally discount the public's opinion when we have a majority of people speaking for something. That's very important. I think her integrity is shown in many ways, such as she wouldn't show up for a petition or a quiz to go out to a neighborhood with an agenda and all the papers just trying to get their thing pushed through. I don't think she's that. And it's totally appropriate, in my opinion, to call bullshit on something like that when that happens. I think that Elise is the kind of person who does understand that it's not proper to hire on in one of your top paid positions a council member. I think that integrity would stand there, contrary to what's happened before in the past with some other people who went ahead and hired somebody there. Didn't feel that was appropriate. I think she has the integrity to try and find out why people without integrity go ahead and tell us we owe $2,000 on a bike at skate park where we actually owe $132,000 instead. So we're talking about integrity, and I strongly support all of yours. I feel we have a lot of integrity up sitting on our council right now, and I think that's something that I look forward to having, listening to the public and being responsive and being transparent. So congratulations to all of you for being in that position. I think you deserve some awards. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Yes, Jean, go ahead.
Hi, thanks everybody for being here. This is about the flag above City Hall, and it needs attention. You notice, yeah, and I'm sure we can remedy that. Somebody took the white stripes out, cut the white.
Oh, I did not catch that. I come in through the back,
Mhm.
so replace the flag.
Thank you.
Great. Any further public comment? All right, Julie Christie, go ahead.
Good evening. Yep, Julie Christie. I seem like when I always first come in, I got an echo and it goes away later in the night. I want to say thank you to Becky for doing the scavenger hunt. It's got a great purpose behind it, lots of intent of just community, and I just really applaud you, Becky, and everybody helping you coordinate that. Also, thank you for getting the agenda passcodes back on the agenda. I bet that helped a lot of people. A big shout out for the Medieval Festival that's going to be here first weekend of October. Hope we get good weather for that, and it really inspires me that we could maybe project doing events like that, that it's income for the city in the future. And I hope to see some new faces and people at our commission meetings. Our next one is Parks and Rec, October 1st at 6:30. I still really hope that we can get like a community commission workshop together where we could have something at Prash, tables for all the commissions, and let the public go around and just have some conversations, jot some thoughts and ideas down. I think that'd be really fun this winter. And I will say what I've said before is like definitely the best council in my opinion, for sure, when it comes to integrity. Genuine integrity. I'm not taking backing off of Kent. This was already my intent to make these comments. So I really applaud you all and everybody that's there in that room, whether we're having trouble agreeing and disagreeing on certain matters. I think we've got a really productive agenda tonight. And I hope that everybody can really work together productively and we'll get this ship moving in Blue Lake. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, last call for public comment. Seeing none, we will bring it back to council. Moving on to item number 4, the consent agenda. Jill, what needed to be pulled?
Yeah, we need to pull the minutes for April 22nd and just continue those to another meeting. It was not caught. You'll note that your agendas have 2 different dates, but the body is the same. And Laura has been kind enough to volunteer. These were the minutes that were in the city's files. So, I pulled them in thinking that they were already complete. And they were complete, but they were not the same one. So there is a duplication. So Laura's going to go back and she'll watch those videos in order to recreate them and get a corrected version before us.
Great.
So we're going to pull item 4B to continue, and then you can take a motion on the balance or address any other questions you might have on the consent calendar.
Procedurally, which one should we do first? And then poll
Um,
it and
Procedurally, you would then ask if anybody else has any questions about any items on the consent calendar, request the public to make comment on the consent calendar, and then take a motion in a second, and then just to continue that item for B.
Okay.
And then move the balance.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I'll write a path like
Yeah,
next
I was
time.
like,
Sorry.
let me graph this out.
I would like to pull A and C.
All right. So would somebody like to make? We have a motion. We have a motion.
So we will end up pulling all
All
three.
three items.
Yeah.
That's the motion,
Yes, please.
pulling A, B, and C from the agenda.
You don't need a motion to pull it. You can talk about it.
Okay, great.
Okay. Great. So let's focus on item number A then.
So I did notice that on lines 38 and 39, we have the same person with a motion and a second. And I
Thank you.
watched the video, and the second was made by Councilmember Napier.
Okay, so let me get back to the right one.
You
So
give me the line items, the line number.
Line number is 38 and 39.
Thank you.
and can you restate that again?
Um,
Oh,
the second was made by Councilmember Napier.
Napier, thank you.
All right. Any other corrections on item A?
I just wanted to note that staff present included Danny Burkhart. So number 31 on April 8th. And there was a little more conversation around item number 5, which is line number 51. Councilmember Napier had requested some staffing levels, FTEs, contract staff, et cetera, a little more. Seemed like a little more could have been put into that minutes about the extent of the request. And then Becky Thornton commented on the PRA request on next page, number 7. She also included a request for contracted services, a contracted services report. And that's all I have for the 8th.
Any
Can
other
I-
corrections?
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it sounds like we should ask Laura if she would review the minutes for April 8th as well, because I'm not clear who prepared these, right?
Agreed.
So
Yeah.
it's just, it came off of a computer,
Agreed.
right?
Yeah.
So somebody at that time, none of whom are here now, would have prepared this. So I'll have Laura go through them and just get that, but you could focus on those items.
I will.
So we'll continue this item.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for those sketches too.
That one is the motion.
Not yet.
Jill, do we open that item up to the public first before we move on? Does
If
the
you-
public
if
wish to
you would like
comment
to.
on item A, which is the minutes from April 8th? Yes, go ahead.
Wish to make the comment, you guys caught something that the supervisors don't catch. I attended one of their meetings, and they had the duplication of it. Every single supervisor is supposed to read that. Not a single one person caught it, not a single staff person. So I think, or the at least the CAO of Humboldt County. So you may want to go apply for her $250,000 job she had there, because you have skills that she doesn't apparently have. So I appreciate you guys actually paying attention to this. These people make $250,000 plus packages, and they're not taking the time to review the minutes and things anywhere near the extent you folks are. So thank you.
Thank you.
We take our $50
Yes,
seriously.
Adeline, go ahead.
I actually did read the minutes and did notice that and contacted City Hall Monday morning as soon as I could to tell them about the two minutes that were exactly alike. I'm also concerned that we are working with minutes that happened, 5 months ago. And I think had I been mayor at the time, there would have been a lot of people upset with me if we were dealing with minutes that old.
All right. Thank you. Any further public comment?
I don't know, but there's some people making some side remarks.
I'll handle it. Thank you. Julie, Jean, did you have a comment on the minutes?
She has to be on the microphone if she's speaking.
Right.
Oh,
She's asking to make comment on the minute, on public comment, and we've already closed public comment, so I don't think we're gonna
Yes.
open that up
um,
again.
it could be at the discretion of council if you wanted to hold it. I mean, normally you wouldn't, but
Right.
It's an announcement.
Yeah, I think there's room. for that.
Let's finish this up right now.
I
Let's
would say
finish this
finish
item,
consent
and then
calendar.
I will consider it, depending on what the council decides. Julie Christie, go ahead.
I agree with the council's decision to carry this. And Jill, thank you for clarifying that these minutes were prepared kind of prior. I knew who wrote them. Everything I always say is incorrect, totally wrong, backwards. So two things I'll say about the minutes we need to correct. I see no other municipality ever listing out every public participant by name. That's kind of creepy and weird, you guys. Like, we got to stop doing that. And I know why they started doing it is so they could point fingers. They were the ones causing problems and asking questions. So enough of that. And another thing that we could do, since we do have a paid employee to keep these recordings, is that at the end of every minute, we have a link for the recording. Okay. I think that would be a good correlation. But yeah, I agree with the rest of it. But as far as the past minutes go, we used to be delinquent on them for months, and there still are a lot that aren't even public records. So anyways, thank you.
Great, thank you. Last call for public comment on this item. All right, bringing it back to council for consideration of direction to staff.
I brought this up, the duplication of the April minutes at the last regular council meeting in August. And I think that because of the shuffle that it probably just got, missed, not a big deal. But if there is any, the April 22nd meeting is 4 hours long.
Right,
It's 4 hours long.
right.
And I went through it, trying to get some transcription, which is a lot, but it pretty much follows the agenda, but it was quite lengthy. And if anybody needs any help, I can kind of guide you to some stuff, but it's going to be a job, and I feel kind of bad about that because it was a very long meeting, lots of really great information. I encourage everybody to watch the April 22nd meeting because there's a great discussion at the last 30 minutes of the bike park situation, finances and plans and all of that. So just for interest's sake, I would just encourage that. That's it.
Thank you.
I did have a quick comment. One of the speakers requested that we put a link to the videos in the minutes. And there's a little bit of a problem with doing that for some of the videos because we have to be sure that everything we link to is either on a city owned and controlled YouTube channel or on the archives or YouTube channel operated by Access Humboldt. So in some cases, we don't have that access. So we are linking on our website, not in the minutes, but we're linking everything that we can to through the website, through the agendas and minutes page.
Okay.
So if there's a link there, that means that to a video, then that means it's either Access Humboldt or City of Blue Lake. And I'm working to get all of those corrected, and I've spent quite a lot of hours on it just on 2025. So eventually we're gonna go into the backlog of 24 and 23 and even 22. But anyway, we do have quite a number of meeting minutes that were never published. So we're gonna have to dig those up and eventually get those on the website.
All right. Yeah, are we ready to direct staff? Do you need direction on this, or are we just going to bring these back at a future time?
We can go ahead and we'll continue these items until Laura is able to get us a document which can come forward. There is a request to also discuss item 4C, which is the monthly disbursement.
All right. Moving on to that then.
I do have a comment on that. On page 1 of the warrants and
I'm
disbursements.
sorry, can't really hear you.
On page 1,
Uh-huh.
it is O&M Industries.
Uh.
It is check number 13177 for $1,362.48.
Okay,
And it-
hold on.
Okay.
O&M, gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
yes,
And it is for metal brackets for
Yes.
the town square.
yes.
And one of the questions I have when I was looking through past records, it did appear like we had exhausted funds that were available for the town square. And so a loan needed to be taken out. So I'm thinking this isn't from some leftover grant money that we would be paying for that. And my question would be, I believe that is for, I don't know if it's a pergola or some, that's going to be built. And it did say that someone was donating the wood for that previously, and that the Old Crows would be donating their time to build it. So my question would be, one of the things as we move forward with this, I would like to make sure that we go back to the resolution that we have for accepting donations so that we don't get in that same place we're in now. So if there is someone donating and it's for a specific purpose, it does need to come before the council for approval. And I would just like to, before we start spending money that we don't have, that we, just take, because we were having a big conversation about how to spend money last week. And I just would like to make sure kind of where is that coming from? Will there be additional charges to be able to build that so we can know that ahead of time? Okay.
Any other questions about disbursements?
Do you have anything?
On page 1?
I'm sorry,
The first one, or on page 1, do you mean?
any of them?
Oh, yeah.
I had some questions, but I did discuss some of my questions with Jill. So I'm good.
I have a question, and I don't expect a comprehensive answer, but as I look at these and I see the number of employees, like I see for pay period, that was checks were issued on the 8th of August, we have about $28,000 in pay in that
That's correct.
2-week period alone. And so it's easy to recognize some of the staff that we see regularly at Public Works at City Hall, but I do wonder with some of these other positions, because some of these checks are for over $1,000, how are those positions advertised? Where are they advertised? How are these people coming into the part-time positions? And kind of wondering what the policy is for that. So that's just kind of stick a pin in it, think about it for the future.
So you have a policy which is really clear around the recruitment, and then there's also the practice of how things have been handled. And there has been some divergence, on that. I can't speak to when people were coming on as temporary or seasonal employees. They call them part-time employees, but really they're temporary and seasonal for purposes of some of the programs that you offer through the Park and Recreations division. So in this case, you're going to see a number of people, and they are slightly larger because it was the end of the season, so they're cashed out with their final paycheck. So many of the people who are working as part-time employees are this was that final check, if you will. There were a couple of people who left a little bit early, which of course then meant some backfill from some other staff were necessary. But you're back down to a leaner operation because your summer camp is closed. So I think this is going to be an area that also needs to have a little straightening and tightening up moving forward with your next city manager.
Right. Next, I caught that. Uh, You won't get away that easily, Jill. I do have a couple other questions.
Yes.
As I look at these, and it's just sort of like, extrapolating from the numbers, but it's clear that on some of these, and I think it was particularly in the next pay period, perhaps, but it looked like there was a great deal of overtime. And so my basic thought to put out there is a review of the policy on overtime and what the approval process is, when it's appropriate, how we track it, what event it might be gone to.
So some of your overtime, in short, has been related to some of the staff that were participating in some, events that were. It's not clear to me necessarily exactly where the delineation occurs, but I'm suddenly blanking on your auto expo and saying this. So some staff members, they're having to be present to help prepare during the course of the work week. During the event itself, they are oftentimes volunteering their time. So there's a little bit of a slip, but I know that the couple of weeks leading up to the Annie Mary, there definitely was overtime as people were trying to prepare the community. There have been a number of incidents after hours with respect to broken water lines, a couple of sewer plugs, as well as a tree that came down over on K Street. So staff came in early in order to mobilize some of the equipment, chainsaws, to clear the roadway. I did let them know that, if it was on private property, that would not be a thing that we could do, but making sure that the emergency vehicles had access, went ahead and authorized them to move forward on that.
Great, thank you.
With regards to the water repair, I know it's not
Uh-huh.
related, but the charges from Kernan, I believe that's probably what those came.
Sorry?
There were charges from Kernan.
Yeah, those would have
on
been
there.
related
Five.
to mostly for the water repair. Kernan was also working on the pedestrian
Yeah.
bridge.
Mhm.
In my head, I'm seeing the change order, so I'm actually going to not go any further because in my head, that's just what's laying there. So the pedestrian bridge is actually is open this afternoon,
Mhm.
so that is going to be complete. But for Kernan, it should be the water repairs that were in here. I don't believe that we've gotten the bill for the bridge yet.
And a quick question on that: do we have to have a city employee on site while Kernan is working at all times?
Oftentimes, a city employee is going to be there in order to, give a little bit of the what they may be looking at subsurface and things like that. But it is normal that you oftentimes would have some level of supervision.
Great.
If you have concerns about that, we can have a sidebar about it. Okay.
And the green waste pickup, do you know how often those occur?
Those are occurring 4 times a year. You are going to see that there's a pretty significant jump in this particular cost, primarily because the cost of green waste has gone up pretty significantly. When West Green Landscaping had the green waste services, they were charging about $56 a ton. At the point that it was sold to Steve Morris, it jumped up and all of the material was going down to Scotia. That's no longer an option. And so now the green waste, there's a small amount which is being processed on their facility, but the majority of green waste for all of Humboldt County is now being hauled over to Anderson for, being burned over in a wheelabrator, or they are doing some small composting operations. So what we are seeing is a pretty dramatic increase. The cost that you see from Humboldt Sanitation is going to be higher than you see at HWMA. HWMA does not operate a franchise route, so you're getting the cost of collection as well as this. So this is something I think that council should take up as part of your conversation through budgets, because the source of the funding is coming from your AB 939 funds. And so you get about $7,000 a year, and that is supposed to help with waste reduction activities and recycling education. And this service is going to be eating up quite a bit of it because of these increase of cost.
Great, thank you. Does council have any further questions? All right, go ahead.
Well, kind of tagging on to what Councilmember Napier said about the overtime and also I have a concern about the distribution of overtime in Public Works, because I imagine that those employees are the ones that work most of it. could be wrong, but that's where a lot of the emergency stuff is happening.
Right.
And rounds and after hours and call outs and whatnot. So, I'm interested in learning more about how that work rotates through staff so that there's an equitable distribution of those little bumps to the paycheck there.
Any other questions? All right, I'll open up for public comment on item 4C, which is the monthly distribution of for
Did you
period,
miss that?
yeah, disbursement from August 1st to August 31st, 2025.
Did you miss that?
Yes, go ahead. Oh,
Contractors of the quality of Kernan, in my opinion, do not need anybody on the job site at any time, possibly be on call while they're working. If there's a question to be answered, you go up there. You don't want somebody just leaning around watching what they're doing, in my opinion. When you have qualified contractors, that's a normal process. Regarding your green waste, I think it's time that we rethink what we're doing with that. We have a very large facility down there. When you're hauling green material that weighs probably 2 or 3 times amount that it would weigh 6 months later if you just let it sit there. The leaves will fall off, it'll compost itself, the wood materials will dry up, and you might even find that we could end up employing somebody to run a chipper in there instead of hauling. The carbon imprint is horrendous to haul this stuff out of the area, as Jill knows. That's what part of they had with the waste management. So much stuff had to be hauled out of the air. So I think we can avoid that problem. Just use a little bit of common sense. Regarding your overtime employees, when we're getting ready for Annie and Mary Day, I don't know what it is, but if you're paying your top shelf employees to do jobs like push broom and shovels and things that you could hire a high school person who has a work permit to come in before those things and do for next to nothing. I mean, we've got to save money, and to only have our people who are paying, who have certified licenses to be down sewer getting top shelf money. There's no reason for them to be doing these other menial tasks, and I'm sure we can probably find people in the neighborhood willing to, maybe even groups like the Old Crows or something, would be able to work with a kid or something and do some of those tasks. I have a wonderful worker who worked with me. I do in front of the Emporium building, knock the weeds down, blow all the stuff out of there, so your staff doesn't have to work on that. But I think it's time for a change in our outlook as far as employees go. And I do also feel that we really need to have a overall economic study of Parks and Recs to see exactly how, if we have a money pit there, that we have to change things. I think it's imperative we get some forensic accounting on that particular topic. They come out and speak.
Great, thank you. Any further public comment? Julie Christie, go ahead.
Yeah, great warrant disbursement conversation here. Jill, I just really have to applaud you and thank our council for kind of diving into clarifying questions on these things. Sometimes it's just what we need to do. And Jill, your knowledge on how some of the deeper things with these disbursements go is very valuable at this point. I kind of am bummed to see it in the old platform that we were handed out for many years. It's very kind of hard to decipher in a way. And Jill, I'm not putting this on your shoulders or anybody else right now, but just an idea for council to carry on when we have the capacity, that it really would be great to have kind of more of a pie graph thing, that it would show more like, okay, this month, this much percentage of this fund was spent in this direction, do, just in a way, and have them grouped up. Okay, here's Public Works, here's, this was a Parks and Rec thing here, and like, it is kind of labeled, but it's very daunting to go through it all. And I think if it was itemized in a very more like strategic way, that they have so much technology to do this, it really wouldn't take much staff time. It would actually just take the investment in the software. And I think maybe that's just something that would be really productive for staff time and for the community to absorb, and then go timeline out like trends and patterns and stuff like that to plan ahead for the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Last call for public comment. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Can we get a?
So I would move that we continue items A and B and accept item C.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Louis Lusso. All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Moving on to item 5, approve proclamation to recognize Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Thank you. I'm bringing over to my proper, it's my pleasure to introduce Samantha Green. She's with the Humboldt Domestic Violence, and she's got a proclamation that her organization has asked that the city council present. And so I guess, John, were you going to read it?
Yes.
Okay, John is going to read it. So if you would like to stand up after he has read it, then you're more than welcome to address the council, and then we would ask council to make a motion in a second, and then John can sign and present. And I'm going to take a picture.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and read it now. This is recognizing October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas October is annually recognized as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month and progress continues to be made toward violence prevention, and whereas domestic and intimate partner violence remains a serious issue affecting all people, regardless of age, race, ethnicity, sex, gender, socioeconomic status, literacy, sexuality, ability, religion, culture, and immigration status. And whereas domestic violence and intimate partner violence survivors are deprived of dignity, security, and autonomy with the systematic use of control and power through physical, emotional, and sexual, psychological, and economic abuse. And whereas children exposed to domestic violence can experience long-term consequences, including difficulty at school, substance abuse, behavioral problems in adolescence, and serious health problems into adulthood. And whereas Humboldt Domestic Violence Services, HDVS, has been serving Humboldt County since 1977 to continuously support all those living with or escaping abuse. And whereas all survivors deserve access to culturally responsive prevention programs and services to increase their safety and self-sufficiency, HDVS enlists a diverse array of allies, agencies, and community members in supporting survivors of domestic violence and intimate partner violence. And whereas only together can we change the health and safety of our community by challenging the social norms and perpetual violence. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Blue Lake recognizes the month of October 2025 to be Domestic Violence Awareness Month. The Council celebrates HDVS's 48 years of effort to improve safety by breaking the cycle of domestic violence and intimate partner violence.
I would like to move that the city council approve proclamation recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
We have a motion by Louis Lissa,
Second.
by Napier. Open it up for public comment. Does the public wish to comment? We don't? Okay. Okay.
Not for a proclamation.
Okay, sorry.
You
All
can
right.
do it up afterwards if you'd like.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Would you like to address the council?
Yes. Good evening, Blue Lake City Council and Blue Lake community members. First and foremost, thank you so much for just acknowledging this issue and the prevalence and seriousness of it. Humboldt Domestic Violence Services, as you've mentioned, has been around since 1977 is committed to providing, committed to providing safety, support, and most importantly, hope to families and individuals fleeing abuse. Domestic violence impacts millions each year, and last year alone, Humboldt Domestic Violence Services provided direct services to 398 survivors. We assisted with 151 restraining orders.
Wow.
We provided 1,750 nights in our shelter for those needing safe shelter. And we also offered 172 support group sessions. So these numbers remind us of just how important this work is that we are doing. And our small but mighty team of 10 work really hard every day to ensure that everyone has a safe place to turn to, resources to help rebuild their lives, and the support they need to break these cycles of violence. This proclamation is not just about our organization, it's about recognizing these survivors and honoring their strength and courage and the resilience it takes to break free from these cycles. You are sending a message that this community stands with survivors, and by doing so, you're helping raise awareness, you are helping break the stigma, and you are helping strengthen the network of care for those that keep people safe. Before I thank you guys for this honor, I just want to say if you or anyone that you know is experiencing abuse, our 24-hour support line is always available. That number is 707-443-6042. I've also updated the brochures here today with some up-to-date information. So on behalf of our staff, our volunteers, and most importantly, the survivors we serve, thank you so much for this support. It fuels our commitment to, creating a stronger, safer, and more compassionate community for all. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does the council have any questions?
Yeah. Thank you.
Get my diploma now?
Yeah.
Wait.
You want to take the paper out or?
Wait, we're gonna get a picture here.
One moment.
You were here.
Great.
Yeah, take it out and show your signature.
Oh.
Yeah, well, sure.
We want to
Sorry.
know if it's right.
It's in crayon.
Yeah, it's in.
You got it.
It's warm in here.
Thanks. Is this something that we can put on our, like this line? Is this a number that we can put somewhere like
Thank you
on
for
the
coming.
our Blue Lake Happenings Facebook
Yeah.
page?
That's why I wanted pictures.
Okay, great. Okay, great. I love that.
So, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Does the public wish to comment on this item? Julie Christie, yes, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I really appreciate this proclamation. I think one thing that is kind of missing in Humboldt though is really turnaround resources and accountabilities for these situations. I think a lot of people aren't scared to speak out. They just know that they're not going to be met with resources that are going to really solve their situation for them. So us as a community, anytime we can be advocates at our supervisor meetings, any other kind of organizations, good for you guys. I mean, we really need to step up as a community to put a little pressure on for accountability and proper services for these families. But at the same time, we've got to do something. We just can't look at it and say it's a problem. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Julie. Last call for public comment. All right. Coming back to council, we did have someone come forward who wanted to reopen public comment. I wanted to ask the council if we want to go ahead and approve that. What would that be, a roll call vote, or would that just be a
I think if
general
you just made a
consensus?
motion in a second
Okay,
and put limitations on it like you would normally, you have your 3 minutes.
okay. I think that also, just so we're aware, this is setting a precedence that if we do this once, we need to consider if we're going to do it, that we would need to probably do it again in the future, unless there's some, circumstances.
Okay.
I think we can at least hear we can hear the announcement and then determine, we've made the right decision. I'm sure that we have, and it might be something that's more of a critical time factor. So
Okay.
that can be part of it.
So I would
Yes,
move
yes.
that we do open this tonight because my understanding is that it is a time-sensitive announcement that is of value to the whole community. So I would move that we open it in this one instance for the standard 3-minute.
Second.
We have a motion from Stefani, seconded by Louis Bluso. Public comment on this item? Bring it back to council. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It passes. Please come forward, and you have 3 minutes.
Right, I'm gonna really abbreviate what I was gonna say. Most of you probably know who I am. I'm Karina, and I'll just have this out just in case. I've been working for the last year and a half on trying to get some flood mitigation work done in Powers Creek because it's flooded in my neighborhood and at the Rancheria. And I've been in contact with the Rancheria to try and collaborate with getting some work done in the creek. And with the support of Dave Farrell at Bottom Watershed Council, we got permission from Fish and Wildlife to get a crew of volunteers into the creek to remove obstructive vegetation that's been obstructing the flow of the creek and causing pretty significant flooding. My place flooded, underneath my house flooded, and I've lived there 25 years, and it's 29 years, and it's never done that before, but it did it twice in 1 year. And the creek's getting worse. There's more sediment in there. It's just because it's not moving fast enough. It's that we've got at least 1 foot to 2 feet more sediment. That means that the likelihood that it's going to flood is that much higher this winter, which is soon. So Dave and I have been working hard, and we got permission from Fish and Wildlife, Friends of Powers Creek, which I've initiated, which is a community volunteer support group to get in there and do the work, is now umbrellaed under Butterworth Watershed Council. So people in the creek, there's liability insurance, essentially, we're covered. And we can work out whatever that needs, however that needs to be officiated.
So to interrupt.
Okay, so what I'm here to say is we need help. Right now, it's myself, Dave, and one other community member who have been working on this. And last winter was, or fall and winter was myself and a couple of neighbors who have been out there. So there's no way we can do this ourselves. We need volunteers, able-bodied volunteers. We need some funding to hire a professional crew leader so we can get in there safely and effectively to remove the most challenging obstructive vegetation in the creek section further down, but a couple of places up here too. I don't really have a lot more to say about that. I left my email address. It's friendsofpowerscreek@gmail.com. If you're interested in getting involved, if you know of somebody, a neighbor, a friend, a family member, anybody who might be interested in helping in the creek or supplying support for us, because we are going to need, like I said, to pay somebody to work for a few days with us in there. That's the only way to do this safely and effectively. So that information is there. I really hope to hear from some of you, and for people who are watching further out, anybody you know, spread the word. It's an easy email to remember.
Can we stick around? Can we see about
And we want,
Clifton?
we want to get this happening in the next few weeks, so it needs to come together quickly.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John, if you had a comment.
Well, I don't think we can, it's
No.
public comment, so we can't really ask questions on
Okay.
that.
But I
We can-
welcome communicating with me
Okay.
Right.
more, and we'll just keep this up. Things are kind of coming to a boil, so it'd be great to have you all on board.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One question only on how much for the crew leader.
I'm sorry.
One question just regarding what would the budget be for a crew leader?
It's this is the guy that works with Watershed
Oh.
Council. He's a professional restoration guy, and he charges $400 a day, and we're looking at 3 to 5 days.
Thank you.
So maybe $2,000 is the most. Yeah, and I have other people out there trying to solicit money, so it's not just here that I'm asking for it, we're the city. We're just broadcasting it.
I haven't seen
Thank you.
anything on Facebook.
We can't have conversation around this. item.
Well, I
Sorry.
haven't gotten to that. But if anyone help me with that, that'd be awesome.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the next item. We've closed out. I mean, that was,
Okay.
we talk later. I think let's talk another time. Moving on to item number 6, consider structuring a series of community meetings to solicit public input on the former Blue Lake Power Plant. City Council, or Jill, you want to go ahead and lead this?
I certainly can.
Great.
Basically, Councilmember Scafani has made a request late last week regarding whether council would consider scheduling a series of community hall discussions for purposes of facilitating a larger public conversation around the former Blue Lake Power Mill site. I do want to note that Beth Burks and Richard Engel from RCEA are here, and there is a relationship between the city and RCEA. You all are much more familiar with it than I am, but they are here, and so I would actually look to Councilmember Scafani to kind of introduce and go into more discussion than what I just gave on this one.
Okay. For those of us who have followed the power plant saga, and what we all understand, I think, is that the power plant is done and that it needs to be demolished. But what we have not all had an opportunity to do is have a conversation about what that site could become. There's been some work done in terms of an RV park and campground, but I think the community as a whole has not fully understood what our options might be or could be, and also had an opportunity to fully participate in that planning process and that decision process. So this is, I think, the first step in inviting the community to be a part of a very important decision that's going to affect Blue Lake for a very long time in a profound way. And I think it's really important that the community is part of this process. And we do have an MOU with RCEA regarding power options and possibilities. And so RCEA is here today because they will definitely be a part of this conversation that we have going forward. And so they're here to talk to us about what they can offer and how they can potentially help us to understand what our options could be.
Do I have a copy of that?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm not sure.
There's no volume.
Okay,
to
there's
it.
no volume. I'm actually pretty loud naturally, so I think we'll be all right. Hi, I'm Beth Burks. I'm the executive director of the Redwood Coast Energy Authority. And as Jill mentioned, we have Richard Engel here also. He is our director of power resources, and he's going to help just field any questions if any technical questions come up. Thanks so much for having us here tonight. I did want to just provide some background of this MOU that we have with the city. But before I do that, I want to just give a couple notes about what RCEA is. So the Redwood Coast Energy Authority is a joint powers agency of which Blue Lake is a member. So Councilmember Scafani serves on our board on behalf of the city. And we're grateful for that. And our overall purpose, as stated in the Joint Powers Agreement, is to develop and implement sustainable energy initiatives that reduce energy demand, increase energy efficiency, and advance the use of clean, efficient, and renewable resources available in our region. So that's what goes into our agreement. And as part of this work, we operate a community choice energy aggregation program. And this allows us to purchase energy for Humboldt County customers, generally cleaner energy that is offered by an investor-owned utility like PG&E. So we're happy to report that this year we've reached our goal of procuring 100% renewable and carbon-free energy for our community, and more to come in the coming years. So it's in this capacity as a community choice energy aggregator that we really entered into this MOU with the city of Blue Lake. What we realized this was back in 2023, and it was for the purpose of collaborating on opportunities to develop the old biomass site specifically with energy storage. It was understood at the time that developing energy storage at scale would be feasible using only a small portion of the overall site that the city owns. I'm sorry, I didn't. That would only occupy a small portion of the overall site area. And although I will say kind of some of the value that we thought we had when we went into the MOU, we thought that interconnection was essentially still active, but we've learned from the California Independent System Operator that they actually consider this interconnection to have lapsed. So it's not quite like it's still a live connection there, but there is value to the fact that the infrastructure is there. It just means we'd have to reapply and go through the interconnection process again. Our overall interest in joining this MOU was that really we just, we're looking to see energy storage be developed. We favor local projects, and we thought it would help advance our own strategic goals and procurement requirements in addition to being a benefit for our community. So specifically, the MOU's purpose is to allow us to collaborate on this energy storage development project, and it really contemplated sort of two potential paths. The first is that we could issue a joint solicitation seeking a developer and operator of a project at the site. In this option, the city of Blue Lake, you'd act as the site host, potentially collecting lease fees. RCEA would be the purchaser of the project's energy products. And then there was a second alternative identified that we could look into, which is that that RCA would essentially own and operate a project at the site and lease the area directly from the city. This was really thought up as an option when tax credits were available through the Inflation Reduction Act. With changes in the federal administration, those are going to go away very soon, if not already expired. So this option seems a little less likely. The tax credits really added to the affordability of a project, but it's still an option potentially worth exploring. So specific in the MOU, along those two paths were called out sort of exactly what we would be collaborating on with all of you. We were going to jointly investigate possible pathways, these two I just described, and figure out what is the most feasible path and what is mutually beneficial to both parties. We would collaborate on the issuance of a joint solicitation if we went that route. And then, assuming we went a joint solicitation and selected a developer, would be in collaboration selecting that developer and also collaborate on community engagement and facilitation, sort of the permitting pathways, all of those kinds of things. Alternatively, if we went the option where RCA was owner operator leasing from the city, we would figure out kind of the collaboration for that option. And overall, we want to be collaborating on addressing the community concerns that may arise during the planning, development, operation, and eventual decommissioning of a project. So that's also specific in the MOU. As I mentioned, there are things that were in place at the time we signed this MOU in 2023 that have since changed. A couple of the things in there that have changed. One, if you read it, actually says that there's an existing leaseholder on the site that's expected to the lease is expected to be done this year in 2025. I think you'll know that lease is not still active on the site, and it was before this year that they pulled out. And then the other was that we were kind of modeling off of this, of a project we were looking at and seeing the potential at a Fairhaven site that was very similar. And at the time we were moving forward with that project didn't come to be. So sort of the proof of concept didn't actually pan out. I'm still very interested in looking at these options, but a little bit of the assumptions in the MOU are different. And then there's the two things I've already mentioned, which we've learned that the interconnection is no longer active like we thought it was. But still, the infrastructure is still there, which should be an overall benefit, and that these federal tax credits have gone away, and that will affect the overall affordability of any project moving forward. So even with all of these changes, I think RCA still feels like it's a valuable, collaboration process to move forward on and to explore what could happen at the site specific to energy storage. So if your council chooses to go through a community process related to what would happen at the site, I want to be clear on what kind of RCA involvement could be in that. It would be specific to information sharing related to the energy storage. We would not necessarily get involved in a bigger process that would be like visioning for the whole site, or if you wanted to have specific zoning at the site to ensure some type of benefits, or some kind of overlay, something like that. That really wouldn't be RCEA's wheelhouse. Really, it's kind of leading up to the choice if you wanted to locate any kind of power project at the site. We could help you vet those ideas. And again, these kind of two paths of like, could it be where we do a joint solicitation, or could it be that we own and operate? We can look into those types of things. And then, certainly if we decide to go on any of those, we're ready to be on the team and execute as the MOU contemplates in terms of how we would be involved through selecting the project. So with that, I would just kind of open it up for questions. I'm happy to take on that. And because I've got a good team member here who can get into the specifics if it gets more technical.
Great. Let's go right to left. Kat, do you have any questions?
Well, I guess the first comment is thank you for being here, and thank you for coming here when we know that this has been such a hot topic in the past for Blue Lake. And, there will come a time where we really do need to regroup. As far as examining what's next for the power plant, I see that as a part of a larger conversation of, community visioning and kind of going from there. I think it's a little bit too soon to make the determination exactly of what would be done at that Grid Connect, but I think it's always a good time to begin to look at these complex ideas. And it's important to know that those tax credits, which were a foundation to moving so many forward, we're not going to be able to count on those for the next 3.5 years, and who knows? So those are, I guess, my initial comments. When I do look at that, the Grid Connect, and thank you for letting us know that it's not as immediately viable. And then because it's no longer active, will it have to go through that longer time frame for as pretty much as long as anybody else has to go? There's not a fast track?
I don't believe there's a fast track. Richard, do you have any?
There are fast tracks for smaller projects. I think the maximum limit is 5 megawatts.
Okay.
But there are other.
Richard, would you mind talking in the mic? I apologize. We just
Yeah.
need to get it recorded.
Of course.
And always speak up.
Yeah, there does exist a fast track interconnection process, but there are some restrictions on what it's applicable to, and I'd have to check, but I believe it's projects 5 megawatts and under,
Okay.
which this could end up being a project small
Mhm.
enough to qualify for that.
I do want to throw out one other question while both of you are here, please. So if we're when I'm looking at that Grid Connect for Blue Lake, and of course I'm looking at opportunities for revenue, whether it's leasing it or perhaps maybe a partial ownership within this or an endeavor. But I kind of look at it in the context of offshore wind energy. We have RCA offtake. We have storage needs that could expand. There's other space around us. Transmission from here to the interior corridor obviously is, I think, one of the biggest steps that has to be overcome. But with respect to offshore wind energy, how could Blue Lake utilize that Grid Connect that helps to enhance that? I mean, I know that might be 10, 20 years out before it's at fruition, but you see where I'm kind of spitballing the idea?
I mean, I think what happens if we have a lot of energy being produced and then we have battery storage to be able to save that energy for when it's not windy out, essentially, is so the battery storage kind of offsets for the times that the wind isn't producing at full capacity.
Mm-hmm.
So it is kind of goes together.
And then I guess to further that question then, whether or not there was offshore wind energy, the battery energy storage system here is still a viable, perhaps profitable idea.
Yeah, I think that's part of what we want to explore. I mean, there's one option where we're just pulling off of the existing power and charging up a battery. So we charge it sort of these very off peak hours when
Right.
energy is very affordable and dispatch when it's very high. And that's sort
Mhm.
of where you get those savings or that revenue from the project. So that's the value to it, is it helps us kind of even things out. So there would still be a need for that for sure.
Councilmember Litchfield, do you have any questions?
No, I would echo the gratitude for you coming and bringing this to us. Thank you, Councilmember Scafani, for doing this as well, because I think that in light of other activities that have been going on, we've kind of, next thing you know, it's December. Next thing you know, it's January. And so I look forward to more discussions and public forums.
With having the interconnect not be active any longer, what if there was a total project positivity score of 100%, how much has that reduced the project scope or overview?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't think there's a quick and easy answer to it. I think it's significant because Beth was talking about how we previously had a project under contract in kind of a similar setting for the Fairhaven old biomass plant and putting in energy storage there. And when they went into the project, the developer actually wasn't aware that the California Independent System Operator had a 3-year limit. If a project had been idle for more than 3 years, then the ISO considered the interconnection to be abandoned. And so that meant instead of being able to basically get the project up and running as fast as they could build it, they were going to have to face probably a 3 or 4 year delay while they waited to get to the front of the interconnection queue. It also was coupled with them discovering that the substation they were going to connect to that had formerly been used by the biomass plant wasn't in as good of shape as they thought it was, and that was going to take a big investment. So there was both a time hurdle that they came up against and a cost hurdle. And I do think that, you know, a project at the old Ultra Power site would be, you know, facing some of those same, you know, constraints of costs and time are going to probably be greater than what we imagined when we first entered into the MOU. I certainly don't think it's a deal killer, though. I think it just means that whoever comes in to develop it will have their eyes open to that and have that kind of penciled into their analysis from the beginning, whereas this other developer didn't have that foresight.
And is the interconnect queue, is that something that's like a regional queue, like only certain, like there's only a certain amount of connections per area, or is it like a, you know, global queue?
Yeah, it's so there's two different queues actually. PG&E has a queue for like distribution level projects, and then the independent system operator has like a transmission level queue. So depending on like what voltage you're interconnecting at and where on the grid, you might be in one or the other of those queues. And it does have a regional element to it, you know, because they're looking at, you know, how much capacity is available in this particular location, and that will impact, you know, how quickly you can proceed through the queue.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Bayless, do you have any questions?
I just, you know, also agree. I would really like to see this opened up to the community and get some input from the community. I think that's really important. And I did go to the workshop that was presented in Arcata about the battery energy storage. I think it was a few months ago, and really appreciated hearing things that were said there. And I would definitely want to look at what are the broad range of things that would be possible with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and kind of broaden that scope.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Scafani, any comments or questions?
Well, I did learn through our conversation this last week that having these community conversations are potentially rather complicated. It's a little bit more than throwing an invite out on the website and saying, "Hey, let's all get together and chat about this." So I think we're going to get into a little bit deeper in the weeds about that here in a minute. And anyway, I appreciate you folks coming and trying to help us understand all the parts and pieces. And I always look to you as the experts that can guide us. I understand the depth of the knowledge in your organization, and I have great respect for that. So I appreciate you coming and helping us get on a path and kind of keep us on that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I will say, you know, to Councilmember Bayless's point, we did host a battery energy storage workshop. It was hosted in Arcata, but something like that is something we're capable of hosting, you know, down the line. So when we get to those appropriate parts of that conversation, if we, you know, we're deciding on battery storage and we need that technical information, that's a really appropriate role for us to play, is to let you know what we know about it, you know, good, bad, otherwise, you know, kind of the challenges and opportunities there. So I think that's a good place to think of like where we could help is really that technical side of things, and thinking through some of that. But yeah, I wish you well in an overall process as well.
And I think part of it, for me anyway, is the dreaming and scheming piece of this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, we have an idea of what could happen. We've seen a biomass plant. We saw the proposal from Power Transitions. You know, some folks have said, "Hey, could we have a virtual power plant where everybody in town has solar panels on their roof, and that is owned and operated by the city?" It's like, yeah, in a world where it rains money, we could do that. You know, it's a great idea. It's a really awesome idea. But you know, the cost is just, you know, something that most of, you know, I certainly can't even conceive of. You know, how that money is, you know, is found, and what sort of channels and investments and all these different parts and pieces that come together. I love the dreaming and scheming, but there's not a whole lot of reality in some of the stuff that floats through my head. So you know, I mean, I've heard a lot of different people from different areas come up with some different parts and pieces that are rather grounding, but also you know, really begin to show us what is possible. And so, anyway, I think part of our process is going to be to bring some of those ideas and experts into the conversation so that we can, and you know, and I mean, and I can just imagine that you guys have come across some of those kinds of different types of projects, and you could help us understanding some of those possibilities too.
Yes. Yeah, and that's certainly consistent with the MOU to just kind of work through that planning effort, think about these different items. Now, if it's, a full blown feasibility study or something like that, I think that's a little bit beyond what we have capacity to do. But we can certainly, we're happy to vet ideas, think about what's worth looking into further and what might be a non-starter based on our information and experience. So I think those kinds of conversations we really welcome. And then, we have some other resources here to look at, funding perhaps, something like a feasibility study. We can help point you to, research centers or others that might be interested. We have this wonderful university that focuses on this kind of stuff. So I think, none of it feels immediate and everything kind of takes time to build. But once we have a better handle on kind of the breadth of what you want to explore, I think, we'll be happy to brainstorm opportunities for how we could see that met.
Great.
Thank you.
A quick question for you, or quick question for staff and or RCA. This old MOU, is this no longer valid and we'd be developing a new one? Is that my understanding?
No, this is valid. Actually, the way it's written in the MOU is valid until one of us decides it's not.
Okay.
So nobody's given any notice on this as far as I'm aware. So yeah, no, this is still in the works and yeah, so it's very much active.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you guys mind if I open up to the public if there's no more questions? Does the public wish to comment on this item? Yes, go ahead.
I think it was back in the 20s, when I was 20, not in the 20s, when I was about 20, in my 20s. We had a very competent city engineer. His name was Ken Davlin of Oscar Larson. And Ken is famous for, he does desalination plants. I don't know, Joe's probably had some dealings with Ken there. Very interesting, very smart person. He has access to the people with NASA, MIT. So he knows what's kind of happening well in advance. And I think it was 5 or 7 years ago, we were discussing the future of energy. And now you'll see it in articles out there, and you'll see it talked about now. They're going back and taking the quote unquote spent nuclear rods that aren't spent. They're repurposing those for nuclear power in a way that's safe. Now, this is not a good site for that because we're in a 500-year floodplain and things. There's a lot of other sites, and you don't want them on a seismic thing. We probably have that also. But that is the future. And with that, of course, it's consistent power on demand as you need it. And the need for any kind of storage whatsoever basically is moot. And we don't know how long it'll take for them to bring that technology online. But that's what I see, and it's the other people see as far as the future goes. And I don't know how much you guys are in tune with that and keeping track of some of that things. But I definitely think it's be worth all of us to pay attention to that technology. Allegedly, there's enough power in those rod storage places where they're just keeping them so they don't cause negative things to basically do our power for I don't know, 50 or 100 years, something like that. So I think that's the future. I hate to see people investing so much time in windmills and solar and other things when it appears that will most likely be our future. So look forward to hearing from you guys. And I'm sure you probably have some information in a study out there relatively soon on that potential source of energy, since that's your lady.
Further public comment? Yes, Adeline, go ahead.
Yeah, Adeline Jones. Time is going by, but I think it was about 3 years ago that we had a grant that paid for a group called Storyland that came here, and most of us remember that we did have a public town hall meeting at the Grange, I believe it was, and they presented the idea of an RV park where the current power plant is. What they did was expand an idea. Our initial idea was an RV park. They expanded it and had other components of it that were more pie in the sky, even a motel in that area. But the main thing was that we were looking at that area being an RV park. It's a beautiful spot right next to the Mad River, highly desirable piece of property. The battery energy storage system, at least in the town of Blue Lake, is very controversial right now. I listened to both the pros and cons. We now have somebody on the council that disseminated a lot of information against it. Some of it, I don't know if it's really true that we have holes in our levee, but I'll let that be up to the experts. It is something that is the future. It's that bridge between solar or wind or wave to bring power to people. There are people in town who have little battery storage systems of their own. And I know there's at least one person in town that's completely off of the grid. They have everything electric. They have solar panels. They have no gas at their house at all. The only thing he said he can't do is he can't afford an electric vehicle. So he's still buying fuel for his car. Anyway, I think this is something we should look into, but again, it's a controversial thing. I think if you have a town hall, you're going to bring out the pros and the cons. It may be another situation where you have almost a tie, where you have as many people for this battery energy storage system idea as against it. It's an interesting situation, but that's where we find ourselves. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any further public comment? Julie Christie, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I always pull you guys out of my pocket while I'm working, but I really appreciate Zoom. I would have really liked to see this topic come before our Economic Development Commission or Planning Commission first. Planning Commission, especially because given like the zoning down there, our general plan, that is really going to dictate what usage is there. And to quote a prior speaker, originally it was, we denied the lease because we have bigger and better plans for this property, and some council might think it's crazy later, and they can do what they want. So anyways, I don't think it's very appropriate right now to discuss this topic right away at council. I do think it should have come prior to perhaps like economic or planning, and maybe we could go from here and kick it back down to them a little bit and get a little more dialogue, a little more conversation for the community. And Elise, please always disclose you're our liaison for our CEA, and you might have to recuse yourself from some conversations because of that. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. Last call for public comment. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council.
I would like to ask Jill to just address what was mentioned just then about recusing myself for conversations like this.
Yeah, Elise is the representative which has been appointed by Blue Lake City Council to RCEA. And so unless she was to benefit, personally through some sort of conflict of interest, there would be no cause for her to recuse herself from that conversation. I do want to note that the purpose of the conversation today is to kind of talk about opening that door. Nothing is pre-decisional. We're not talking about it's going to be battery storage or nothing. You guys are wanting to have a conversation around what all the potential uses would be and what's the best pathway and the integration of other potential commissions and whatnot like this. So we're very much at the initial stage of how do we decide to move forward. RCEA can be a component of that. I recognize your attorney's language in here because there's like this amendment which I've always loved. And so while this agreement is really sets some nice parameters, you can amend it. Right. So it could be mutually amended to better reflect after you've had these community meetings about potential role and involvement with RCEA.
Great.
And
Jill, would you? Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to be super clear that the goal of this conversation is to decide how we want to move forward, what conversations we want to structure in the future, and how we want to involve the council and the whole community in doing that.
Jill, a question for you. how often would we punt this down to a commission? And
I'm sorry?
when would we punt this to a commission for review, and when would we just decide amongst ourselves?
Well, really, what
what
you're talking
our-
about right now is the 40,000-foot view, right? Where do you want to go,
Mhm.
right? And so by essentially saying, do we want to do it or not? That's kind of like the first key question. And if the answer is yes, then you can begin that process of saying, well, then, let's start getting an idea of what the scope of a plan would be, whether or not we would need to be, just basically all the different steps. Right now, I mean, I can't even visualize it right now, primarily because I'm waiting to hear in part what you guys are all thinking. So there's, again, nothing pre-decisional. I think this is that introduction of whether or not the council is interested in proceeding with some, series of conversations. And, how you want to use your commissions is entirely up to you and the charge that you give those commissions.
Great, thank you. Does council have any questions?
I think that it's reasonable to look at what some possibilities are and explore them and move forward in a way that makes sense, full of transparency, public input, but it does make sense to move forward and, let's not go off too far where there are no possibilities. So let's keep it contained in some realistic potential projects and then move forward appropriately with our conversations and public input, etc. And that didn't really make any sense, probably, but
Getting late
That's
already.
okay.
yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So Jill, can you share with everybody a bit of what we talked about in terms of having a planner and a facilitator for these types of meetings?
Yeah, I think I want to give a caveat. I have a ticking clock. Where do you guys want me to spend my time? This can be just a huge time issue by itself. So in the interest of transparency, that honestly causes me a little bit of concern in light of some of the other things. But I do think we could probably develop sort of a broad-based proposed process that could come back to council in which we could get some of this information so that you can charge your next city manager with, like, this will become one of the goals that they would be working on. And so, that's just going to take some time to visualize that. In terms of hiring a professional, facilitator, when you're talking about something that, really has the very, well, any sort of community meeting can get really controversial very quickly, but you really want to get a skilled facilitator who is going to be able to do the necessary background research so that they are very adept at being able to elicit, the hopes, the fears, community members may have in such a way that those preliminary findings are able to come out with, again, a pathway. I've worked with a lot of facilitators. It's not as simple as, let me just do 3 hours of homework on this particular issue and let's just open it up for a free for all. I mean, people walk away very frustrated with that. So I wish I could say that I could give you kind of like a dollar figure, but I will tell you that facilitators, that sounds like somebody's got a horn issue out there. Facilitators, they're typically going to be booked multiple months in advance to get a really good facilitator. In terms of somebody, I couldn't even give you a dollar estimate, but it won't be, a really inexpensive, would you be willing to lead this, meeting for $500? And I do think a lot of people make an assumption that facilitators, because they are so good at what they do, and they make it look easy, that they're not necessarily seeing that back work that goes into it. So I don't have a sense of a cost. I don't even have a sense of who would be an appropriate facilitator here on the North Coast, in part because I've been removed from it for a little while. But it's something that, we could certainly bring forward for some conversation. But it's not something to be taken, lightly. I mean, I've met more than a few of it in prior community meetings involving that particular site well over 20 plus years ago. And many of those things are just as, sort of emotionally raw today as it was then. So you really want to be mindful of that particular site, its history, people's own history with the site, and making sure that you've got somebody who's really skilled at helping to navigate a community dialogue around that.
That's fair. So I think one of the things that is a concern for a lot of people in the community is time. You know, we've heard from a number of community members that feel like there's an urgent need to demolish the power plant. And it's, I think a lot of us have a hard time appreciating how much time it actually takes to get big things done. You know, to even get something big started. You know, it's part of my idea is like, okay, well, let's start talking about this because nothing's going to happen until we start talking about it. But even just to start talking about it in a coordinated fashion is going to take months and months and thousands of dollars. So, so I think that's just kind of a realization that it has its own hurdle to get over when you just realize what's involved in just beginning the conversation. And I think we all have a bit of a sense of urgency about starting something. So anyway, it's really helpful to kind of hear some of this. And
So I want to be really clear that the demolition is going to be a portion of the conversation. I've compartmentalized my comments to be around a planning process, not the demolition, because while that would be inclusive of the larger activities on the site, that's not the question that's before council today.
Right.
So, but that too, I believe council needs to take up, and there's been a lot of activity that still needs to kind of get addressed and resolved there, because your exclusive right to negotiate is now it's been canceled as of in June. So there's no existing exclusive right to negotiate. You still have property with, assets that are on it, how that would proceed forward. That's a whole separate conversation in of itself.
So Jill, just confirm today, we're just trying to figure out if we're going to tell you to look at a
Yeah.
small plan moving forward. Is that correct?
Right.
Great. Do we wish to?
I'd like to just spitball just a little bit. If I were to make a generalized statement, it would be wonderful to have some considered options for the asset. I don't know if any part of the power plant itself is useful or could be, would be revived in some way or repurposed, or if it's, completely gone, or I don't know on that. But basically, it was presented to the city as the power plant is a hazard. It has to come down. Here, let's give it away. They'll take it down, and then we'll get a best battery system out of it. That really doesn't benefit us that much. And then bit by bit, it started to get reshaped. But focusing on whether it's the grid connect and or the power plant and some portion of that land is what would be some options for that asset? Is it, it doesn't have to solely be about best battery, yes or no. I think Terry, you were saying something similar to that too.
Yeah,
Okay.
just being able to open up that.
And I wouldn't expect deep research on a lot of time. I think right now we have so much on our hands, just kind of getting infrastructure, operations, policy all in alignment. So thank you, and then budget on top of that.
So,
My final would be that those options would be something, at least a very short list, that could be shaped to present to the public in a community visioning. Not saying that has to be your goal, but if we open up a town hall to, what do you guys want to do with the power plant? Instead of, here are some viable options or pathways for that. But that all takes money. It takes research. It takes time.
So right now tonight, Jill, we are either telling you to move forward with some. Are you signaling?
No.
No. Okay. Got it.
I'm scratching.
Okay. Sorry. She looked right at me and started drawing on her head.
So she's like,
So, Jill, are we
Quick.
right tonight? You want to know if we're going to designate resources and your time to potentially facilitating a public input session. Is that correct?
90% is correct. I'm not
Right.
facilitating any public
Right.
input.
Yeah.
because-
No.
Okay.
So do we want to give
Just to make sure that I heard that right. Again, I actually would look to Councilmember Scafani because, this is part of what her vision is. We were trying to shape, because I think initially you had thought that RCEA could actually facilitate some of these meetings. Part of what we had to be very clear on is that, RCA can have a limited role, but facilitation is not one of them. So, trying to, honor a request and trying to come up with something that you guys could consider. So, number one, this was the recommendation, which is, here on number 3, but your council. You may say, well, we like this and we would like to see some other things. It's not an all or nothing. It needs to reflect what your, collective desires are.
Can we fill in the details later at another meeting, or is it worth it just to have it directed at this point right now?
Well, I think you brought up, it got brought up here that demolition is certainly something that is a connected but separate subject. So it seems to me that that topic perhaps has a greater sense of urgency than the development piece. And there's some conversations for us that need to happen around that. So it seems that that's at this time maybe the best use of what time Jill would put toward this general topic.
And has the ad hoc brought forward any recommendations? Because I know we already had an ad hoc spun up on the power plant. Who was on, I think even.
That's Michelle and myself.
Yeah.
Are the ad hoc, and we haven't been brainstorming of late exactly on that.
I'm not. Well, should we look at doing another, like resurrecting the ad hoc to discuss potential scope, future? I don't want to take a lot of Jill's time. I want her to be able to focus on the matters at hand, but I don't want to drop it either. And so it would make sense to have some explorations of possibilities, not necessarily in one direction.
Right. Okay.
So do you guys want to bring that forward at a future meeting?
We can do that.
Yeah. We have 960 Jill hours.
Right.
And they're priceless, but then she turns into a pumpkin.
Right.
And that said, this is important, but it is going to be a long process. I think I would rather, defer it to this city manager to make the determination if it fits into the other more critical goals and efforts that are occurring right now. Yeah,
I agree with you.
I'm not done, Elise. I think we really, really have to consider what can be done by one person coming in that already has a great deal in flux and a lot of change and is doing a great job stabilizing and creating good, solid relationships. This particular item requires an enormous amount of energy and oversight. And so I would rather the city manager at their discretion determine how much energy they could put towards that. If they have different ideas, multiple options, that something comes to mind, here's a list of things you can look at. Here's some people you could talk to about it and pass it on. But I really don't think it's the best use of her time. Is the opportunity cost of that, I think, is going to be great. That's my concern, is that if she's doing that, then she's not able to do a lot of other things that need to be done.
I hear you.
Thanks.
And part of what Jill's able to do for us is to bring her expertise to educate us. Not that she needs to head this project or do the work herself, but part of what she's able to do for us as a council is to get us on that path and tell us which parts and pieces we're missing and how to go find them. So before she turns into a pumpkin, I would love for the ad hoc to be able to glean some of that knowledge and direction and guidance, so that we're at least heading in the right direction.
Yeah, exactly what I would have said. I would like to have the ad hoc regroup and then use Jill's expertise, use her as a consultant on a very minimal, hopefully. But she has a lot of connections, a lot of knowledge, a lot of history, and I would not want to take up a lot of her time either. So
Okay.
I would be in
Terry, do you-
favor of reviving the ad hoc and being very mindful about how we use Jill's time, because there are so many things on her plate that need to be taken care of in a very
Then-
short amount of time.
Will the ad hoc get together and come up with a very specific and clear list for the city manager to look at? I mean, I don't want to dump this bucket of information on your desk and have you say, okay, help us. I mean, do you have a certain directive or goal in mind right now?
I don't look at it that way. I look at it as us working together to formulate some steps moving forward and asking the direction of Jill to make sure that we're not missing anything without asking her to go into depth in any kind of research and time. That's my thought. Just steps moving forward. Where do we go from here? Looking at a time frame, looking at the possibilities, but making sure that we are asking for the recommendations of Jill to make sure that we're not missing anything without, again, taking up a lot of her time.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is an opportunity for other council members, as you know, Michelle and I will be the ad hoc, and so we won't be able to solicit your input other than in a council meeting. So if you have any thoughts or ideas that you haven't spoken yet, then this is the time to say what those would be in terms of parameters or concerns or whatever.
Did you guys ever report out on your discoveries on the power plant? Did you guys have?
We have reported out. We haven't worked on it together for a bit, and I think that and also when we were the ad hoc, Power Transitions was still an active ERN, so we didn't even dabble in large swaths of this whole topic because of that. So this is a different game now.
So maybe it would have to be a future meeting where the ad hoc took input. Is that correct, Jill?
I'm sorry?
Would it have to be a future meeting where an ad hoc took input from the full council, since it's not part of this agenda item?
Correct.
Okay. So maybe, if suggestion being that the ad hoc comes forward with some sort of review for council to consider, and then give input on the report and or information received, and then direct you to take that information to Jill with the top priorities.
Sounds good.
Can I actually reframe that a little bit?
Absolutely.
I think that a good interim step would be for the ad hoc committee to sit down, meet, refresh, kind of, consider some of the conversations today, the role of our CEA, and kind of put together kind of a rough idea of what you're wanting to do. Sorry, I'm not just randomly waving. We've got some bugs in here. And then let's schedule a meeting with yourselves and myself, and then we can say, okay, and I can probably get a sense of like the big holes, or like we're definitely going to want to make sure that we have this. You're looking at a multi-year process. I mean, that's the reality. You're looking at a multi-year process, which means good and bad, right? On the one hand, it's like you're chomping at the bit, wanting to go. But when you also have more time, you can be very strategic around finding the appropriate resources, potentially finding some funding, and taking a look at what's happening at that site. People are having an opportunity to think about how they would want to participate in a public process, and potentially a role for RCAA recognizing some of those preliminary things. So I think you guys sitting down and articulating that, then I can look at, and then we can bring it to council and probably have a productive conversation around that.
Sounds good.
Great. And this is just a conversational item. We are not we're not taking a vote on
This
anything,
was
correct?
actually, recommended action was, to request, whether you wanted me to go forward with taking a look at investigating the cost and a scope and some funding sources in order to hold a community, series of community meetings. That might be a little premature in the moment of what we're talking about right now. So I think that you guys, I don't even know that you really need to make a motion for it if you're clear that the ad hoc committee is going to take it back in order to come forward with some recommendations at a future date.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much for coming, everybody.
Yes, thank you.
Moving on to item number 7, receive presentation of the Blue Lake Truck Route Improvement Project, Phase 2, Railroad Avenue, Hatchery. Jordan, I think we did have one, right? Jordan Ludke is here from SHN to give his presentation. Hello.
Hi. Yeah, so my name is Jordan, and I'm the project engineer for the hatchery phase of the Blue Lake Truck Route project. So as requested by the council, I'm here to present the final design that was developed for the remainder of the truck route. So the Greenwood phase was constructed last year, and this hatchery phase would continue on where that left off. So you guys have 2 pages here. I'll start with the Railroad Avenue page. And I can kind of walk you guys through some of the key design elements.
Before you do that, could you kind of tell us a little bit of the history and how this came to be?
Yes, I don't have a copy of was it the staff report?
The staff report?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Okay.
And I realized I forgot to get myself a copy of your map.
Oh.
Distributed it out to everybody else. Do you need this?
Have enough.
Oh, you do. Excellent. Thank you. Well, we could trade. Thanks.
Okay. So let's see, I can walk through some of the project milestones that have been completed. So the Blue Lake Truck Route project was identified in the 2017 Regional Transportation Plan and programmed through State Transportation Improvement Program funding to complete the permitting, environmental studies, and design for the proposed project. The project proposed to improve the existing truck route into a multimodal transportation corridor by implementing road rehabilitation measures, traffic calming measures, and various pedestrian and bicycle improvements within the city-owned right-of-way. So these are previous sort of project milestones, which was public outreach and a walkability assessment in February 2018. The preliminary design of phase 1, which was the Greenwood Avenue phase, was approved at the February 2021 council meeting. A second community walkability assessment was completed in 2023 with Dan Burden Consultants, city staff, SHN, and local residents. SHN and city staff met with local trucking companies in 2024 to review the Phase 2 Railroad to Hatchery Road design, and that was just to ensure that it was drivable by the trucks. City staff installed pop-up demonstrations at key intersection changes using cones and straw wattles so that, again, drivability could be tested in 2024. And then the phase 2 preliminary design, which is this hatchery phase, just before it was finalized, was presented to City Council on March 26th, 2024. And so like I mentioned, the Greenwood phase was constructed last year, but the design happened all together for both phases. So now I can walk you through some of the key design elements of the design here. So I'll start with, if you go to the next slide, with Railroad Avenue. So this will start where the Greenwood phase left off, right here outside of City Hall. So like I stated, the main design objectives were pedestrian and bicycle safety, and also included accessibility for ADA. So that means 4-foot wide walkways, even around obstructions like utility poles, and various traffic calming measures to try to reduce traffic speeds. So I'll kind of walk through left to right. So we have a flush median surface treatment, which is stamped brick, proposed outside of the East Street intersection. So that's a traffic calming measure. And then we have a series of bulb outs. These are dual purpose. So some of them are to provide that 4-foot walkway clearance around existing utility poles. And then some of them are just planters, but those serve as traffic calming measures to reduce traffic speeds when it gives the appearance that the road is neck down, even though the travel lanes are not neck down at all. And then the F Street intersection, we just have curb ramps with bulb outs. Those are accessibility requirements. And crosswalks, new crosswalk striping. Another pair of bulb outs. And then the G Street intersection will be the same concept as the existing intersection. We did not change the layout at all. We just changed some of the elevations of the crosswalks to make them compliant with ADA regulations. So they're not as steep. They have less slope to them. The South Railroad intersection, currently that's a pretty wide open intersection, and which leads to, sort of rolling stops. People, don't know where exactly to pull up to stop, or people just kind of sweeping right without even stopping. So we've narrowed down that drive lane with either bulb out, widened sidewalks, or striping, which are pavement markings, to have the drive lane and the stop come up pretty perpendicular to the road, so that gives them one stopping point where they can see both directions before proceeding. And that's also where our bike lane picks up, which will tie into the Annie and Mary Trail. So from there, we'll have our bike lane come down Hatchery Road. And we have the 5-foot wide bike lane. And then the H Street intersection, we are moving the crosswalk that is currently further down Hatchery Road to this location so that there's better sight distance for people crossing. So we try to center it in the curve so people can see both directions before crossing. And we have, again, a series of bulb outs to neck down the crossing distance, and also for the cars to have a narrowed place where they pull up for their stop. So going on to the next page, in the next slide, it just continues down Hatchery Road. And we have the bike lanes on both sides of the roads, new sidewalk, a speed table as a traffic calming measure on Hatchery Road. And then around the bend there, we have another flush surface treatment of the stamped brick to act as a median for the bike lane to try to keep vehicles in the lane around the turn. And then the Taylor Way intersection was a pretty significant change here. We're eliminating the turning lane. And this was in an effort to bring the stop on Taylor Way out closer to Hatchery Road to improve the sight distance. You can see I have the old stop bar location marked on the plans in gray. And that resulted in people not really stopping because they couldn't see the oncoming traffic, and they would kind of roll through the crosswalk. So this is in an effort to bring that stop bar out where people feel like they can stop before the crosswalk to protect the crosswalk more. And this is one of the locations that we did the pop-up demonstration as well. So where that new curb line is proposed, where we're eliminating the turn lane, that was coned off to make sure that everyone could make that turn. And on the right side there, we're also moving the fence back and clearing some brush and bushes there to, again, increase sight distance from the stop on Taylor Way. And then south of that, we have some curbed drainage swales to separate the travel lane from the bike lane. That's just to give us that protected, buffered bike lane. And on the opposite side of the street, we have the flush mountable brick to serve as another buffer for the bike lane. And that brings us down to the Mad River Bridge, which is the end of the city truck route. So any questions?
I do have a question. So on the first, the hatchery phase where it goes around the corner and the Annie Mary trail goes across the road right there. Was there any consideration given? I realize there's a stop sign just beyond that, but I know I use that a lot and often use it with my mom who has a walker. And people come around that bend really fast and there's no, it's been a dangerous situation a few times. So I didn't know if there was any plan to address that or if this will comment enough to, but that's, yeah, I'm just
Yeah,
curious about that.
there's not any like proposed stop there, but the intent of all of these traffic calming measures is one, to slow vehicles down, but it also even just gives the sense of I'm in a neighborhood. There's people, there's planters, there's this and that, which gets people to just be more alert and looking for pedestrians. So that's the intent of having this continuous corridor with these traffic calming measures, is to reduce speeds and help people just be aware of their surroundings. But yeah, we do not have like a stop proposed in front of that trail.
Jordan, quick question for you. Let's say I was a huge fan of bowl belts, but I wasn't a fan of stamped concrete. Is this a one-size-fits-all project, or can we pick and choose what things we like?
Well, the design is considered final. So, we've taken direction from the city manager on design elements and which traffic calming measures to use. So, I guess to answer your question, this hasn't gone out to bid yet. Like, there is a little bit of flexibility when we produce the bid package of what goes out. But this is the current finalized and approved design.
Great.
So some of these same concepts and design ideas are used on the Greenwood section, correct? So what have we learned, or what have you learned about how these things are working on Greenwood? What's working and what isn't working, and how might that have any impact on this design?
Again, I think I would just have to default to we take design input from the city manager. Other than that, we're considering this our final design. So yeah, any feedback of things that are working for the city or not, we would welcome that feedback from the city when we're preparing the next bid package.
That was
I guess we're not.
You're not here asking for permission,
Well,
right?
I was gonna say
Yeah.
we're not, directing ourselves on any changes. If the city has any direction for us, we can take that.
I did have that exact question about that. Did any design changes happen or were thought of for the entire project after the first phase was completed? Like things where you went, that's not going to work, or
Yeah, unfortunately, with the timing, the designs were kind of made simultaneously, and this design has actually been completed before that construction was completed. So we didn't have that feedback time. So, like I mentioned, there's opportunity for some minor changes before this gets put out to bid, but
And I would have to agree also with Terry on that spot. That's a terrible spot. And people just come around, even though it has the appearance of, a quiet little neighborhood spot, people just whip around that corner so fast that I am concerned that somebody is going to get hurt.
Are you talking about in here?
So
Right
I
there.
have a suggestion on that one.
No, well,
And maybe it's so SHN has identified that you have a project that has been 90% designed. That 90% design is what enabled the allocation of funding for the grants. So that there is that little bit of wiggle room. This is the Annie and Mary Rail Trail, right? this actually could serve as a really great opportunity to look at doing a little partnership there. And why not take a look at the installation of like a flashing light where you activate when you're crossing, because that might give you that additional visibility that you're looking for as people just a little bit further. I don't know what that would actually, I don't think they're too terribly expensive, what, $25,000, $30,000 to do those. That might be something that maybe SHN could take a look at. Maybe it's something that could be split between Annie Mary and the city project for the funding on this.
I like that idea. And it can also be kind of incorporated into the history, and there could be some fun.
Interpretive thing.
Exactly. Yeah. A little, some design thing.
While you're waiting for the traffic to
Right.
clear.
Sensor stops, right.
Never know.
Sure.
Or the
I had
slow
a
grandma.
comment on the Hatchery Road part where you have a speed table.
Mhm.
And I think there is localized flooding in that area. And my concern would be it could cover that speed table
This-
or it could cause damming. Go ahead.
The
Yeah.
speed table does not extend all the way to the curb. It actually dies off before the gutter. So the gutter will continue past the speed hump.
Right. But it's still a lot of water that comes in there. So I understand that you're saying that water can flow on either side. What I'm saying is even when that speed hump isn't there, there's a lot of water all around into the fields covering the roadway. And what's the height of those speed tables? Is that like an 8 inches maximum height but spread over?
No, it's either 4 or 6. I don't remember.
Okay, 4 or 6 inches. Okay. That would be something maybe to look at. I think there were even pictures on Facebook from one of the last couple of floods there. But yeah, there's an awful lot of water that builds up in that area, and it could end up hiding that hump from view, and then people still cross into the water anyway, because that's what people do. On speed tables, what is the basic criteria for placing the speed? I mean, are there restrictions on where? I mean, obviously you can't have them every 5 feet, but what's the basic criteria to green light a speed table?
I'd have to check on that. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly if there's certain.
It's not
that
a
warrant-
one size fits all. And I have to say, of the speed tables or speed humps or whatever we want to talk about, I think the ones that you guys have here are probably the best ones,
Yeah.
that
We learned from
I've
the ones over there.
experienced. Because those short little
Yeah.
humps, those are, they're really hard. You can come over if you're hauling a horse. You don't even notice it if you're hauling a larger load, so
Yeah.
I think that your design of the speed table has been pretty good compared to other communities. I think everybody's been trying to figure out how to slow traffic down through the variety of things. Jordan, if I can just ask real quick to go back to your question about the drainage, what kinds of drainage improvements is inclusive in this project? Is it a matter of upsizing some culverts or some other drainage ways that might alleviate some of the potential flooding that Kat is noting?
Yeah. So if you look at the last section of map there, so south of Taylor Way, those vegetated swales are a low point in the road, so those are intended to collect drainage, and then there is actually subsurface storm drains within there that then tie into some storm drainage adjacent to the road. So that is the hope that those will collect the road drainage, and then those storm drains will get it out of there.
So you're looking at having designed that system so that it would have sufficient capacity to be draining under certain rainfall events.
Yes.
Yeah. If I could get back on on the speed tables.
Okay.
And I understand offhand, you don't know what that criteria might be. And I know it'd be somewhat restrictive, maybe really restrictive, but they have been the most effective. I mean, you just have to be out of your mind to hit that thing, or you're not paying attention, or you're under the influence. So that more than anything makes people slow down. And I'm going to go back to this, the beginning of Railroad Avenue and that where Greenwood becomes Railroad. Um, I do live there, I'll disclose that. And that also kind of, I am there a lot. I've been there since COVID on lockdown. And so I really, really feel the impact of cars speeding through there. Slingshotting was the word that Dan used, and he was absolutely right with it. And, as before being elected, I in public comment had advocated for a stop sign. And it sounds like there's some even more restrictive criteria for that.
Yes.
But I will tell you that even now, with all of these great efforts, all of the time and the money that's put into it, it really hasn't moved the needle on the speeding in that corner. And there's a lot of visual obstructions right there. There's not great lines of sight with it either. Me magic wanding it would be the speed berm somewhere either, preceding that curve on either side. I think that's worthy of a consideration, not because I live there and I see people speeding, but I do see with all of these events that we have, whether it's the car show, Annie and Mary, Folklife Festival, whenever we have a lot of people in the public and they're trying to cross the street here with kids and wagons, we don't have any traffic control that's happening. And so you have this mix of people flooding into the city, looking for parking, also trying to cross, and you have that poor line of sight in that area. We've got the crosswalk, there is that light. In my uneducated opinion, but my years of experience in watching so many close calls, I think more could be considered for that corner and traffic calming. Thank you.
Any further questions before we open up to the public?
I was just, I hear a lot from different members of the public, and one of the things I heard about the Greenwood design, where it was stated that consulting with Dan Burden was done, and so some of that design reflected his recommendations. And specifically, someone went to him and said, did you recommend this or that or the other? And he said, no, those were not my recommendations. And so I have some concerns that some of that expert advice that we might glean from his visit and maybe isn't part of this design. So I'd like to be really clear just about how his input was implemented in the design, and be sure that whatever expert recommendations he could make are actually being utilized the way he intended. And I don't know if that would be something, just as simple as asking him to review the design and say whether or not we've missed something, or if we misinterpreted one of his recommendations. But I think that's important because we're not going to go back and redo any of this. What we do is going to be what's there for the next 20 or 30 years. So I'd like to just be sure that that we're following those recommendations as intended.
Jordan, sorry, one more quick question for you. Hatchery Road at the very bottom here, this is coming down from the bridge. On the right-hand side, there's the little line, like thicker lines with two lines on it.
Yes,
What are
those are the mountable concrete brick.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
that's
then-
similar to what's like on the center line at Blue Lake Boulevard.
And then on the other side of the road, there's like the white line, like the line, two lines, and then empty
So
space in
those
between.
are the curbed vegetated swales.
Great. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that road getting any wider, or it's exactly the same width?
The total right of way is the same width. Yes.
Is the center line getting moved, or the center line is still the center line?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
I ride my bike on that sometimes, and I would feel like, even with the mountable curbs, there's not a whole lot of room there for a bike. Is that like a full 5 foot?
I believe that would be 5 feet. I have to look, but I believe so, yeah.
And one final question, I hope. On that Hatchery Road section, that there is that seasonal flooding.
Mhm.
Is there anything in the plans in raising the elevation of the road, or is it kind of a fixed, the current road is the reference point for the existing, for the new road?
Yes, that is the case.
Okay.
All right, I'd like to go ahead and open up to the public. If there's no further questions from council, does the public wish to comment on this item? Yes, Adeline, go ahead.
Adeline Jones, I was proud to be mayor when the first section of the Greenwood Safe Route to School project was completed. I think we can see every day when we watch children walking along the widened sidewalks, how much better it is for them, how much safer. The speed humps are keeping the traffic down along that route. I mean, really, where the school was before was an excellent spot. It was in the middle of a neighborhood, but that was in the 1950s. And our city fathers decided to move the school to where it is now, not thinking that was on a truck route. And here we are. But we're making the best of the situation. I also walked with Dan Burden, and I remember him looking at the trash can that we used to have in one of the bump outs. And he said, I've never seen this before in any city I've ever been to, having a trash can right there. Not that it was a bad thing, he said. Anyway, I'm a real supporter of any kind of traffic calming. I am a bicycle rider. And so I like bump outs. I like all of the landscaping that's been going on that's here now. I also like the stamped concrete. I think it just gives more of an awareness of this is where a pedestrian is going to be, and I need to slow down a bit. I know this corner, people whiz around it. They've been doing it a lot. And possibly a speed hump there would help. And it would be good during events like Annie and Mary Day to have more patrolling. I know our CERT group is very good about doing that at our events. And so I'm a supporter of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
As pointed out by the SHN representative, the major decisions on this project were made by, not you, but the ex-city manager, and not by this council, but by the ex-council. And there's a reason why this council is here now, and we don't have the same city managers, because the people weren't being listened to on our input on these kind of projects. The fact that there needs to be some kind of a study, basically when you have flooding, which we have on an ongoing basis, I mean, it's frequent here. The design work for roads, that's where the water is to go. I mean, it's to turn into a river. And if you increase the elevation by 6 inches and you've already got 10 or 12 inches of water flowing down this river when we flood, it totally I mean, you can't drive there safely in most of the small cars. They would stall out. That speed table or whatever you want to call it needs to go entirely. It just needs to be gone. There's no way to mitigate that problem regarding what we have during flood time. So I'd get rid of that one. I strongly recommend that you do have the money that would be spent on that and a few other things here that I don't think are necessary to go ahead and alleviate the problem that we have that you guys are talking about regarding the trail there. Something. I mean, you could have it go ding, 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 just like a railroad crossing. I don't think we need to have the things come down, but it would be an aesthetically pleasing thing, and that is a major safety thing there. That really needs to be taken care of somehow, and it's not incorporated in this. So I think you need to go back to about a 50% design project on a few of these major things. Personally, anything that makes smaller travel lanes for the vehicles, in my opinion, is a desire. They think some people say it's going to cut down on speed. I really don't see that happening. It's like just like Kat pointed out, people are still going the same way that they were going on these things. It does make it more difficult for people to negotiate in many ways. And I just think this pathway has not been good. I mean, one of the biggest distressing things on the overall plan before was that the children are required to ride bicycles on a sidewalk, which is against city ordinance. There's an ordinance, they can't do that. And yet we did not have the skill set or engineer to incorporate some kind of project where you could safely get to school without being in violation of the city's ordinance. So Personally, if I had comments to go before HCOG, I would recommend that they find some other project to put their money into. That this one really, if you want this project, then I think you need to go back out again, paint everything in there that you had back in like you did, so we can see where it is on the ground, visualize it, and then we can make some corrections. I think it needs to go back into some kind of design period. Otherwise, it's, hey, we got to go forward with this because the prior city manager wanted this and now we're stuck with it. I don't think we're stuck with anything. I think we can always come up with new ideas, new ways and solutions. They come up to us.
Thank you. Last call for public comment, or we have for? Yeah, you're done. No more.
Hi.
Go ahead, Brian.
Brian Course. Yeah. Thank you for moving the crosswalk to the new location. That will work amazingly. Flashy lights or a stop sign there. You know, everybody in this room is the only one's going to stop for a stop sign. At 8 o'clock, the people making their run to get up in the hills, they do not stop. So that's who we're going after. It's not the law-abiding citizens of Blue Lake. And then the other thing, like I've been walking the trail for my whole adult life. There's a creek down there, and there's fences on either side of the creek by B&B Auto, and then city property on the other side, I assume. Is there going to be fences or something to keep people from going into the creek? And that is a low spot too. You have a elevation drop right there because of the last years, the road is sinking. We all walk by it. The last storm, it's where the sidewalk has eroded into the creek right there.
The by the speed hump?
Yeah, it's right before it.
Yeah, that actually you can see there's like a dark line at the back of the sidewalk. That on the other side of the street. Right.
It's almost like the speed table needs to go ahead.
That
Think
is
the
a
river.
Like it.
retaining curb.
Retaining curve. Like right now, there's chain link fence on either side where we pick blackberries and all that. Everybody visualizing that.
So any fencing would remain.
Well, it's not in good shape.
Oh.
So we probably need to find some extra cash to make that happen. Because if you're gonna put beautiful stamped sidewalk, right, they're gonna be stamped concrete, not the printed phony stuff that they did years ago. It's gonna be like legit, right? Like Eureka did.
Yeah, just like the green one out.
Okay, yeah, that's better quality. We paid to have someone print fake brick years ago. Sweet. But yeah, for little kids, for adults, right, there needs to be some type of barrier because that is a nice drop off right there when we do ride bikes. And yeah, and it's low. There's an elevation drop right there big time. So needs to come up a couple
Are you
feet.
talking about the spot,
It's the frog spot.
the spot before the trail, when you go down
Yeah.
Hatchery? Yeah, where the
It's where all the water.
the big culvert is
Yeah.
underneath. Yeah. Okay.
There's a chain link fence right there.
Right.
And it's in bad shape, right? I think one of the posts is already pulled out, and the last storm last year really affected it. So
Right.
just something to look at. That's all.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Julie, where are you? All right, we'll go ahead and bring it back to council.
You're done.
This is just an informational item. There was
Great.
no action that was requested, but I do think it was some good conversations that came out and maybe a couple of things to look into.
Thank you, Jordan, for coming. Oh, go ahead.
I apologize. I had one other small comment, and this is from living with the stuff on Greenwood. Those bulb outs, when they formed them up, they just brought it, the arc to the straight line. It's a really sharp corner. I noticed I think Eureka and some other places, they put an additional piece of plywood to kind of blunt that end. And typically concrete will last better too when it's a chunk rather than that little thin tip. So just something I'd throw out there, maybe we could consider requiring of the builders in the future. Just consider it. Thanks.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, let's move on to the next item, which is item number 8, approve resolution 1243, City of Blue Lake Conflict of Interest Code. City staff, would you
So
like to fill us in on them?
these are the things that I'm always looking for. I love my little structures and process. So went through as I'm becoming oriented to the city's sort of municipal structure, if you will. I did come across your conflict of interest code, and the last time it was updated was in 2019. They're required by state law to be reviewed and amended as necessary every 2 years. My next question then was to have just some informal conversations with some of the employees who have been designated in the past, as well as some of your contractors, to determine whether or not they are also filing their Form 700s. You guys file your Form 700s, your commissioners. But I think that when you start looking at designated employees, as well as sometimes some of the contractors, that slips. Happens with all organizations. It's one of the reasons why you want to look at this every 2 years, in which to kind of bring this up for a level of awareness. So what you have before you is Resolution 1243, and the intent of this resolution makes one minor change. It was to reflect the removal of the Economic Development Planner, which is no longer a designated position within the city, and to go ahead and repeal Resolution 1134 accordingly. So this is a pretty perfunctory type of action. And then, of course, we'll be able to inform folks, depending on, if you look on page 3 of 4. So basically, that's going to be on page 23. You are a popular person today.
Man.
You'll see that there are these designated positions. For informational purposes, you guys fall into this category 1. Designated positions include the city clerk, the department managers, as well as the department supervisors, the building official, or the building inspector, planners, and then, of course, your consultants, and then your other boards and commissions. And you'll see that there are different sort of categories that they are required to be completing and then filing with the FPPC, as well as the city. So this is just a good reminder to update the conflict of interest code, and that's the conversation around that one. I went ahead there's a lot of people who ask me if what certain things are conflicts of interest, and I'm always happy to answer in my limited kind of worldview. I've included this little pamphlet. It's a really great read. It's very informative. More importantly, when in doubt, reach out to either general counsel or reach out to the FPPC directly. They've got a really informative website. There's a lot of really commonly asked questions, but if you're not seeing that a question is easily answered, you can make a request to the FPPC for clarification, and they're very responsive. Depending on the complexity of the issue, it might take a little time to get at, but this is a really valuable resource for council members and other appointees. So that concludes my staff report.
Are the trainings that we were assigned and required to complete that include this? Are those annual requirements for people in certain positions, like maybe the category 1, or are they just one and done?
So it depends. I'm stumbling on one, so I'm not going to answer that one. But AB 1234 has to do with your ethics training, and that is now required annually.
Annually, great. Okay. I just had a comment about a typo on page 21, page 2 of 4 of the resolution.
Oh, hold
and
on.
It's very
hold on.
minor.
204?
2 of 4.
Oh, 2 of 4. Okay. Yes.
So the Jill K. Duffy, that one down at the bottom,
Uh-huh.
the 23rd, it should say 23rd.
23rd date of the
Not a big deal.
23rd.
I'm
Yeah.
just being picky pants.
I'm sorry?
I'm just being picky
Yeah,
pants.
no,
Sorry.
it's all good.
Incredible.
I will fix that.
That was it.
I will fix
That's
it
all I
before
got.
I sign it.
Thank you for doing this.
Yeah.
So this is just a revision. We're removing that role from this
That is
document.
correct.
Is there
And
anything?
elevating the conversation and awareness.
So if we were to go, I see you have department managers. I'm sorry, John, Mayor Swatsky, I cut you off. I apologize.
It's okay, continue, but I'd like to come back to me when you're done.
No, go ahead.
Is there any long-term process of when we add people or add positions to the city, will we automatically just revise this document? Or
I'm sorry, could you say
so
that part again?
hypothetically, we got a new role.
Uh-huh.
Let's say this advertising manager came back.
Uh-huh.
Would we then re-add them to this list, or how was the process?
Yeah,
doing
you
that?
would.
Okay.
You would amend it, and you can either amend it at the time. Hopefully, somebody's kind of aware and they're flagging these kinds of issues so that you can be proactive on it. But yeah, at the point that you've got a change of designations, you would change the conflict of interest code
And
accordingly.
what's going to trigger the 700 forms coming in? Like, does the city manager reach out to this entity and say, "Hey, I need you to fill this out," or is there a?
So, the city clerk actually is the person who um, begins to initiate that process number one for the non-electeds. The non-electeds, you're expected to kind of be aware that you need to file it before April 1st of each year. I think it's actually March 30th or something, but yeah, by April 1st, you need to do this. Personally, with my previous boards, I always just sent out a reminder because time slips away. And when you're city council members, everybody thinks, oh, it's just, a meeting or two a month. How difficult is this? Well, then you look at all the different boards and commissions that you're on, and you have to file those, the Form 700s for each one of those. The state of California has made it more streamlined.
Wow.
With the electronic filings now, where that's you identify those different organizations as well. But those organizations also need to have copies of those disclosures. So.
Last question, and just to confirm, all of our commissions will need to fill out the 700 form as well.
So it's really simple. Here's the easiest way to put it. If you have a staff member, if you have a consultant, if you have a commission by which they are collecting information and they are making recommendations that typically are passed with little to no additional input, then that's kind of like the simple answer of then you have to file the Form 700 because they need to know whether or not you need to disclose whether or not there's potential conflict of interest.
When was the last time that you had Form 700s from employees?
I can't answer that. I might be able to answer it in a couple, weeks or a month or something like that, but I don't have those right now.
I mean, should you be able to answer that? I guess is that another question I can ask?
Well, I did ask,
Okay.
and it was, it's been a while. So,
Thank you.
yeah, but when it was exactly, I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, their requirement is annually as well?
So this is something else that,
This
not
is
to-
something that I think having a city clerk, to kind of bird dog and have those time frames are really important.
And I just want to say, we were talking about updating our council protocol manual, and I was handed that, and it has just a really brief little statement, but it would be important for it to be updated because it's not clear about that you would need now to have to do it online. You can't do it through the city, which prior to January you could.
Yeah, I know.
And then you also have to file a hard copy with the city, but it doesn't
Mhm.
say that in our protocol manual. And even when I called the city and I said, is there anything else I need to do? They said no. And so, I'll take care of that right away. And
Yeah.
I really appreciate
And the filing electronically, I was aware of as I was retiring. And I was like, oh, good. I don't have to go through this process, right? Because sometimes I find the state portals to be a little less than friendly to navigate. And I definitely found that with this whole process. But I went ahead and I like hard copies. I like to write things down, so just automatically filed it with the city clerk, so that way if there's any sort of glitch, that, I may have done, it's just, covering things.
Mhm. And Jill, would this be the city clerk then that would keep track of that
Typically, the
every
city
2
clerk
years
is
this
the
would need to be
individual that
updated?
does that. That's
Okay,
correct.
all right.
Any other questions from council before we
Uh,
open up public?
Yeah, just on page 46, under list of designated positions, I'm trying to keep up with Michelle here. We have a Public Works Supervisor, but we don't have a Public Works Supervisor. We have a Public Works Superintendent.
So that may
And-
be an error on. Okay,
And
so
it could have been previously supervisor and then renamed. I just thought I'd let you
it's
know there.
no, that's a really good point. So your prior shows it as supervisors. You've got some funny classifications.
We have
Yeah.
a superintendent and a supervising operator.
Right.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And a director. Of course, a director.
And the superintendent is over the supervisor.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, so I guess, to my mind that I can insert it as superintendent in between department managers because you have department managers, you have a superintendent, and then you have a supervisor. That determination was made. So we can add the superintendent and they would still fall into that reporting category of 45. And I'm
Okay.
happy to make that revision.
Okay.
Great.
I
Yes.
did want to add that the Form 700s are also given to the elections office, and the clerk should be doing that.
Great.
Okay.
Employees and council.
Cool. Did not know about that one. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you have to fill that out when you're going onto a ballot. Right?
Yes.
Is that what you mean, or no?
I've been instructed to send all Form 700s that I receive, and I do it for employees as well, to the elections office,
Really?
And
Wow.
and they hold them.
Okay.
But
Thank
I
you.
think it is more for the appointed ones
Well,
or
'cause I
elected.
think when you put your name forward to go into an election, you have to do Form 700, but and if you get elected, you have to do it again.
That's
And
right.
the appointments.
Okay.
So like commissioners.
Yeah, commissioners. Oof.
Have to be submitted to the election office.
So we will look into that one because that would be the case for the county. Because that becomes the repository for that information, whereas for the cities, it becomes the
Oh, I see.
repository of the city clerk. I mean, I'm happy to ask for clarification from them, but I think that, when people are coming in, then they're going to be making their request in City Hall. But we can double check with the elections office.
I do have another question.
You do?
Yes.
What?
The first comment, a great read. I got so sleepy. I apologize. I really, really tried.
I used to read the Code of Federal Regulations for fun, okay?
You know how to have a good time. But I was trying to understand as we look at applying some of these and conflicts of interest. We're a small town, people wear different hats, they're all kind of trying to pitch in and help, but at some point things become blurry, and I'm trying to understand where that line of delineation is. It's like it just general examples of conflicts of interest that we might not anticipate or that we should be aware of. I just, I know that like as a council person, if it's going to benefit me particularly, like a decision would benefit me particularly and not the general public, definitely would have to recuse myself from that, leave the room. But if it's something that would benefit me as well as the public and in general, there'd be no particular benefit to myself as a council person, then I could go ahead and proceed in my capacity as a council person. That's how I understood it.
And
Yeah.
there's a few hairs to split,
Mhm.
including if you live within a certain distance of a proposed
That's right.
project, then you have to recuse yourself. So, again, this is why you really want to become familiar with the FPPC, guidebook, to help tease out, at what point. I think probably one of the more important things, is being mindful about what hat you're wearing, especially in a small community, because it's really easy, for lines to get blurred. Very easy. You may be speaking as council member, as an individual,
Mhm.
But a community member may say, you, the council member, are this person in authority, and this is what council believes. So it's like being ever vigilant around, when you are speaking about matters. Some people aren't going to see you as an individual. They're going to see you for what your role is in a position of authority. And I think that's not a legal thing so much as it is something to be very mindful of. So, maybe you don't spout off too quickly, or something. Or if you know that a decision is going to be coming before you, maybe pull back some of your thoughts so that way you're not, pre-decisional. So there are a lot of different things that kick in there, lots of gray areas.
And I look at that with the consulting, and I'm looking at that with our engineering and planning. And for instance, with the bike park, we have a lot of different layers, and it's all kind of beginning to overlap each other in numerous ways. So how do we begin to untangle? And like for instance, we have SHN that provides our overall engineering services, and quite often, like Jordan, they manage these projects as they happen. We have Gary, our planner, who might also have input, like in the development of the bike park or overseeing it, or maybe some of the processes that would need to happen. Mike Fogut is an employee of SHN. He's also the CEO, so he could be in line for even additional profit from decisions made. So there's kind of like a double level there of possible personal financial enrichment, who also works in the capacity as an engineer here, who's also had the SHN as a donor, him as a donor, and then have an involvement in the bike park. And at some point, how can we as a council in a clear way begin to make some delineation between these roles and keep it that way? And then how do we also have the public become aware, more than just a Form 700, but yeah.
This is these are all questions that routinely come up, and that's not to be dismissive. It's actually the next piece, which is this is why participating in many of the trainings that are offered by California League of Cities or any of these other, local government commission, they've got a new name now. They used to host regular workshops on these kinds of topics. And, it's really that engagement and, normalizing the awareness so that people are doing exactly that. Before I get involved in this, let me be really, careful about what hat I'm wearing and what capacity. And I think that, as you're laying that out, there are some, maybe these are some good, reminders. It's not on council to determine what is or is not a conflict of interest, right? The burden falls on the individual. If the individual begins to stray over a line, they are the ones who are exposed. And so it's probably good to start talking about it and then expressing some of those issues and concerns so that we can create a broader awareness around it. Good. Okay. But I understand what you're saying. I mean, I've always tried to be very mindful about when I am speaking, when is Jill Duffy speaking and when is my title speaking. And I try to be very, very cautious about that personally. I got a few more years on it though.
If there's no more questions, I'd like to open up to public. Did you have another question? The public wish to speak on this item?
This is a field that I delved into many years ago when I first got politically involved. Met Virginia Bass down at the elections when I was pulling everybody's 700 460 forms. There are some interesting nuances. It's like I found out, I really appreciate if you have these forms kept here on site. I've had people like the chair of the planning commission, and I couldn't find his form. He said, well, I don't have to. I sent it down to FPPC and I don't have to have it anywhere. Didn't challenge that, but he was a very smart person. He probably knew what he was talking about. The other thing is, if my understanding is, if you do have a major change in, let's say, you moved somewhere different, or you had other assets, or you got a new job, there's a certain time frame, and I'm not sure what it is, you're required to update
30
your
days.
form. 30 days, okay, I know it's
Hmm.
30 or 60, I thought. So that's an important thing to know. So many people, this conflict of interest has been more abused. I mean, I'm aware of one supervisor who made major decisions, probably pocketed 20 or 30 million dollars or more for himself and family, was making all the decisions in that thing, and he was able to get away with that. So it's amazing how much latitude is allowed in these particular process. It's better to err on a little bit on the conservative side, but not too much. The biggest people that will make the decisions will be the most actual conflicts of interest, way more than your folks, are the planning commission, because they live in the city and they have projects all over the city. So those are the main ones that have to track you. I served on a couple commissions, and I was asked to do one by the sheriff, another one human rights. And I said, well, if they want, as soon as they want a 700 form, I'm gone. Because that would, for me, would be many pages and preparatory for me. So anyway, appreciate your willingness to follow through on the conflict of interest stuff. It's very important. The public feels you're transparent, and you don't want to be like some people in the other political realm where they have obvious conflicts and pocket around for the money.
Any further public comment?
Adeline Jones. I appreciate this discussion. You probably should be notifying all the commissioners of this because I'm not sure that at least the Public Safety Commission knows we have a few new members that you may want to connect with. And I appreciate your comments also, Manager Duffy, on when council persons speak, particularly at commission meetings where you're liaisons, be really mindful that you're not representing the council. And oftentimes that is so blurry that people will see you as representing the council. So it's a fine line you have to walk.
Thank you. Last call for public comment. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. And City Manager Duffy, you're expecting us to
Approve resolution
Mhm.
1243.
I would like to make a motion.
It's a roll call, right? Or we need a motion first. Sorry. I'm sorry. I messed it up.
I would like to make a motion that we approve resolution 1243, adopt and amend the City of Blue Lake Conflict of Interest Code
With
with
modification to add the superintendent.
Oh, yes, the superintendent, instead of department supervisors, it's going to be amended.
Thank you.
Does that work?
We have a motion. Louis Lusa.
Second.
Second by Kavani. All those in favor? Or wait, sorry, we're doing a roll call.
Aye.
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 Thank you.
It passes.
Jill, I do have a question. Did we need to do anything with the older resolution or no, we don't have to do that? Just supersedes
The
it.
adoption of this resolution automatically rescinds.
That was going to be my question
1134.
too. If we needed to
Good.
rescind. Okay, cool.
Moving on.
Good.
to
We love the
next-
word
So efficient.
rescind.
I love
Moving,
it. Let's rescind it.
moving on to item number 9, ratify acceptance of received donations over $5,000 for the Blue Lake Bike and Skate Park. City Manager Duffy, can you fill us in on this?
Yeah, certainly. So basically, we introduced this as part of a larger part of the conversation last time around some of the outstanding invoices, but also that recognition that the city has received donations over the last 2 years for the bike and skate park. And in particular, your resolution 1077 requires that any donation over the amount of $5,000 is supposed to come to council for purposes of accepting a cash donation, and that the donors be officially recognized by council. There's also another little piece in there, which is, and also for council to decide whether or not they want to accept, because in some cases, sometimes conflict of interest. you may be aware that there could be a potential concern around a conflict of interest, and this allows you to ask that question and get the clarification and make sure that there's no strings attached. And that's really the big purpose of these sorts of things. So you do have 5 donors that exceeded that, or they met or exceeded the $5,000. And I do want to note that RCMBA, they made multiple donations, and you could see that in the attachment that I've included into the staff report. And so the total that they have donated to date in terms of cash donations, and I want to make it really clear, that's the cash donations. That's not the volunteer hours. That's not anything, in kind. This is the cash donations that I have on record. But that's in the amount of $36,300. So just wanting to take the opportunity to make sure that we're recognizing, appreciating, formally accepting. So basically, my request is that we ratify acceptance because it was already taken in, and help to support expenditures related to the bike park, and actually take a step further, because I don't know whether or not, according to the your guidelines, when donations are coming in over the threshold of $250, that there be a thank you letter, which is sent to those individuals or organizations. So what I thought I would do here is, let's go ahead and bring it down to, because everybody is in here. Let's just go ahead and authorize setting a thank you note to everybody who's, gone forward, this leap of faith and trust that this project is going to move forward, and acknowledge all of the many contributions that have come into the city. So it's triggered by the 5,000. Would like to see it down at least to the 250. Ideally, if you're willing, go ahead and send something out to everybody. And that, I believe, was it. I think the only other piece is to make it really clear that all of the donations that were received have been for the explicit purpose of supporting the bike park. The only time those funds are being used is to be expended on behalf of that bike park. So the designated revenue coming in is being spent with the intended purpose of how the donors have asked. So that's a necessary piece. So.
I just want to say I love your idea of the acknowledgement with the thank you.
And just to confirm, Jill, and hopefully it's not a closed session item, but us accepting these donations, if they weren't properly processed initially, we're not in any form of liable for receiving them. Is that correct?
No, you're just going to ratify acceptance of it. I mean, if for some reason you were to say, well, we don't want to accept the PG&E, $5,000 donation, are you prepared to issue them their check back?
Just asking. I'm just asking.
That
Stupid idea.
So I mean, it's a legitimate thing, and that is exactly why underneath your 1077 that these funds, if they come in over this threshold, that you'll remember there was a little bit of a matrix that was in the back of 1077 in the last packet. I didn't include it here because I kind of felt like maybe I'm being a little redundant. But there's a series of questions that either the city manager or city council is to ask around the acceptance of that money, and it's a really great guideline. And that's part of what should be happening when we're doing these kinds of acceptance. And it's not just about the bike and skate park. You could theoretically have somebody who wants to make a donation for some sort of a project out in Perigo Park, or the skate rink, or City Hall, or anything of a public benefit, and it should have the question asked and come to you for acceptance.
And Jill, do we know if there's money left with these donations? Is there any money left?
So you've got a little over $7,000 remaining in that account, and we can touch on that on the next agenda item.
Okay. One of the things I would like some clarification on is that when I'm reading over the donation matrix, it states that even for donations of gravel, wood, chips, everything else, that if there are any stipulations for use of those materials, it has to go before the council, even at the 25 or less than 2,500. And the same is with the cash donation. So any cash donation, just so we're clear in the future, if there's a stipulation on it, then it has to come before the council.
Correct.
And I do have a concern about the RCMBA at lumping it all together for the $36,000 because we don't really know where those donations came from, who made those donations. And for clarity's sake, it's important to me to know who the individuals are, because as people make donations to our community, it's important to look at what kind of involvement, same thing, what kind of conflict of interest, what's going on with them when they're donating to the city and for what purposes they're donating. When we accept this donation, to me, this is saying to our community that we feel like this project as it stands moves forward. That's what it sounds like to me. Maybe I'm wrong. And my problem with the MOU and with this would be that, how do I say this? Would be that I still don't have any kind of project plan. I've never seen any kind of cost analysis on this park. And so it's hard for me to say we're moving forward and I can support all of this if I don't even know what the cost is going to be to the city. And so, I don't know that we have a choice in this. It's already been done, but it does concern me that it feels like we're doing the same thing, and that is we're approving these chunks before we even have a chance to say, this is what it's costing us, this is what we are signing up for, and can we do that? So we aren't saying the only way this bike park to the community can continue to go on is if it's done all by donation. We're not saying that. We're just saying we accept your donations and we realize we're moving forward with this. And we may all have that interest, but I think it is important that we make a decision as a council that what is it that we are willing to do going forward with this? Will it be city money that does, that does drive part of this project? Because then that's a whole another thing about bid process and everything else that has to happen. So, and I would also like to know that everybody who participated in building this park and doing everything that they did had the qualifications. Was it engineered? I haven't seen any of that yet. So that would be my interest. So,
Jill, would Terry's or Councilman Bailey's concerns affect us from accepting these donations right now or set anything in motion?
So, a couple things. Number one, we don't have the MOU before us right now.
Correct.
I was trying to get this moving forward, and maybe I should have done it after the fact. We can continue this item if you're more comfortable, continuing the item until after I've had an opportunity to put together a plan so that you guys are able to look at the corrective actions that'll be necessary to move forward with the project. It's still a bit of a sticky wicket. I was trying to go for some low-hanging fruit, which is these donations were made. They were above the threshold. The funds have been expended. So in an ideal world, it should have come to you in a timely manner. I'm just trying to figure out how to kind of clean it up right now.
I appreciate that. And I recognize that what you're doing is just recognizing these things that should have been recognized before and were not. I hear what you're saying, but as I understand it, that we're accepting, moving forward, accepting donations from folks that have their own process in place for accepting donations. Does that make sense? So it's like you're going to trust that this, because you could be trying to investigate the source of funding ad infinitum, like just on and on and on. But you have to trust the people who, the source. But also, I would encourage, I don't want to say this too many times, for people to look at the April 22nd last half hour council meeting. And just in case that there are some things that maybe weren't discovered in your investigation of this, because there are some discussions about what happened and what didn't. And anyway, so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So, well, I was going to say I can't speak to what kind of in-kind donations have been received, because that's just not something that I haven't found that. I mean, I know different people have told me things, but I don't have a way to put a value on that. With respect to donations that are coming under the umbrella of an organization, I think that's something that probably should be talked about with the organization around how they're collecting, the money. And, to Michelle's point, it's like, how far do you chase that, rabbit down the hole? Many people go to Safeway. And they donate their, rounding, money. Safeway then takes that money and then makes big donations, So they're not really tracking by the individual, but Safeway is the one that's making the donations for the benefit of community projects. So, I think to a certain extent, you need to be able to,
just trust
if there's some trust issues with the organizations, then let's talk about that through the MOU. And I think that's very valid. But I will be bringing to you, I'm doing this at the October meeting, a pathway forward for the bike park and identifying the corrective actions. I have another agenda item after this one, and that helps to set that stage for us to protect the site. And we do need money for that.
And
yes.
So Jill, just confirm, I just don't want to have us I know the funds have already been expended. We've already received them. I just don't want to have something happen where someone's like, I donated money, so you owe me X, Y, Z. And that's my only concern. Or I feel like I have some say in how things move forward. So at least I just want to make sure by accepting this, we're not doing that to ourselves in the future.
By accepting this, you are recognizing that the funds are going to be expended on the skate park project, and they have been expended on the skate park project. That's all that you're saying. You're not committing to any particular outcome after that.
Any further questions? Kat?
Are we going to continue this, or? I guess I do have a comment
Sure.
before we do that. Thank you.
You do have some folks here, I think, who would like to.
Yeah, let's have a public comment.
You ready for public comment?
Yeah, please.
Let's call. Public, would you like to speak on this item? Come on, guys.
So, $5,000 is the threshold that you get recognized that you donated money.
You don't have the benefit of my staff report.
No, I did not.
I was suggesting I would like to actually do it for everybody on it, if that's possible. Right.
This paper right here says if I donated $500, I get a certificate of appreciation and a limited edition T-shirt.
Oh,
So-
okay.
I don't want a T-shirt.
Very
I'm
nice.
good.
Very nice. Thank you. I was doing this directly off 1077. I was unaware of the sponsorship tiers.
It's on the City of Blue Lake website too.
Yeah, I look at the website for other things, but we can do it so that we can make sure that when people met that threshold, we'll go back retroactively.
I think my personal view on it would be if you gave $100, you should probably get a letter from the city that says
Yeah,
thank you.
I agree.
A sticker, something.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Thank you
That's
for the
good. That's
clarification.
good.
T-shirts for everybody.
I recommend that you do table this. That totally makes sense to me. I don't give legal advice. I'm not an attorney, but I don't feel that accepting this donation implies in any way that you're making any kind of promise other than the money will be spent in the best way possible. You're not committing that you're ever going to finish it and may never get done. It's quite, you never know what happens in this day and age, but I don't feel there's any legal responsibility. And your MOU will clarify that as far as what that goes. But I do think there's no big hurry on this, and I would kind of get your geese back in the row a little bit differently maybe than when you're moving forward on this thing. It's an important project. Love to see it move forward, but we've seen what happens when things go flying forward without crossing your T's and dotting your I's, and that's where we're sitting right now, unfortunately. So let's not do that again. Ever.
I need a fundraiser for the t-shirts.
Get a couple size T-shirt. Little size, whoever said these. Same size.
Anyone else wish to comment on the bike park? All
And the
right,
stickers.
let's bring it back to council. Are we sure we need to table it? I mean, we kind of I think we
Oh.
got our confirmation that it's not hurting us at all by approving.
I feel like it was a good idea only because of the possibility of the omission that may need to be investigated further by maybe some information that may be found on the April 22nd meeting. However, the body of this is, appropriate. I was just making a suggestion and hearing that it would be continued. I thought that was
You're done. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Napier.
anyway.
I'm not doing it anymore.
Good.
So, are we going to continue or not going to continue? What are your thoughts?
I have some comments too before we move to
Sure.
that motion.
Okay, I know.
If there were there or not.
Yeah,
Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Okay.
And I am coming from, I guess, the idea of ethics that if you sense something is off, you don't go necessarily move forward just because you can. That said, I definitely think that letters of acknowledgement are, very important. Even $100, it all matters, and it's worthy of that moment to say thank you so much for your help. I did, and I couldn't help but notice. I know RCMBA has done so much to propel this project forward, and as that MOU is being developed, hopefully we'll be able to learn how to communicate as a council, as their organization, with the community, and begin to get in lockstep with each other. Only after we have plans, specifications, some costs, some things that will help us really nail down the scope from here of the project. When I look at the donations that were made by RCMBA, I see in 2022 is about $5,000. And in 2023, it was none. In 2024, it was $8,300. And then in 2025, we had $23,000. And out of that 3,000 was, I think, a direct result of just the beer sales here recently. So we had 20,000 plus another 3,000. So the first thing would be, I would want to see those donations individually. If they're, what event was that tied to? We don't have to chase every penny and nickel in the cup at Safeway as a parallel, but I think these significant amounts of money, and especially if there was an immediate turnaround, did it benefit the city? If we ratify that, I still think that to some degree it implies an acceptance. It implies that that yes, this is okay. We're going to continue to doing this. So for me right now, I am not comfortable ratifying it with these in a lump sum. And I have questions about that sum in particular that we can't go into here. But I think it echoes what you were saying, Terry and Michelle. I can't wait to get home and see the last 30 minutes of the April meeting. So I want to ratify, but I'm unable to with the inclusion of lump sum with RCMBA and that $20,000 check that.
I mean, I could do it with just the threshold amounts. I lumped them together for the simple purpose of recognizing what the total was.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason there's a lump sum.
Yeah.
Because, there's that. I mean, if you're asking more specific questions around
Oh, goodness,
events,
make sure, no, yeah, we
Okay.
try to do a good thing. There you go. You were saying about lump sum or not.
so yeah, that's the only reason for the lump sum is just that's why
Yeah.
I attached
Okay.
the back end.
Oh, absolutely, right.
So you could see where
Right.
those came from.
I guess for that $20,000, what was the event or who was the donor or what was it? I mean, it seemed to have been a restricted fund. And that is something that we didn't get the opportunity to accept. And I feel like ratifying it at this point
Right.
is a tacit acceptance.
Right.
So if you want to move forward, if we, with the other four at this time and get that going, I can see that, but I'm hung up on it with.
And that's totally fine. I'm trying to kind of make sure that I'm understanding. Is it the entire amount or is it a specific? Because I mean,
Like the
obviously you want to
627.
have some answers.
I think-
So I mean, if I'm going to bring it back to you, then I need to get some answers. So is it the entire, like where their money is coming from? Is it the $20,000 that you're concerned with?
I think, okay, I could
Yeah,
say
yeah,
it
yeah.
more broadly. If there is to be a fundraiser in the name of the city of Blue Lake, whether it be the bike park or something else, then I would think that we would have some kind of requirements for the length of time from when the donation came in to when it comes to Blue Lake, if it is a restricted fund or not, if the donors received acknowledgement for tax purposes, if it's tied to an event. But it just seems like right now that we know that we had the beer tent and then we got $3,000 and that's wonderful. But I don't think it's appropriate for the city to receive a large sum of money with no event or no specific fundraising activity to which we're aware and have that immediately turn around and go into a direction of which we question at this point.
Okay.
So that's
So that helps.
okay.
And obviously I can't answer any of that. But that does help to better articulate what the concern, is. So it really is funds outside of an event that just, sort of appear, if you will.
Yeah, and especially, I mean,
I think that one of the challenges, it's I shouldn't use the word challenge. One of the pieces is that through all of their members, and you really need to have a conversation with them. They have members, they likely pay membership dues, and then they make a decision. I think when Gina and everybody was here last time, they were talking about the number of different endeavors they support. I think that maybe on an annual basis they prioritize, we get X amount of money and we're going to prioritize, in which case you would likely see that in the minutes. Like, oh, hey, we've got X amount of money in this account and we're voting by XYZ to make a donation to the McKinleyville Skate Park or the Eureka Skate Park or the Garberville or Blue Lake. Maybe that's something that would be helpful to see what the board action was for the donation of those funds received. Is
That was
that
the
kind
last
of?
Friday of the fiscal year.
I'm sorry?
That was the last Friday of the fiscal year.
It was the last Friday of the city's fiscal year.
Yeah.
Most nonprofit organizations
Oh, did they do
operate
a-
on a calendar year.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
I was grasping.
All good. It's all good.
So does council wish to take it to vote or do you just want to move to a different meeting? What's everybody's thoughts?
Yeah.
I'm flexible.
Yeah, I would like to see maybe Jill bring forward the other information, and then I would feel comfortable, signing this if we have some kind of clarification about how we're going to proceed with the bike park and how we'll develop that, how that'll work out. And, just noting that these donations go back to 2022 and some are made in 2025, but the bulk in, 2024. I'm not sure that one more month would make that much difference or whatever if there's more questions that we have about bike parks.
So we need a motion, correct, to bring this forward in the future? What's the?
Well, a motion would be helpful to make sure that we've got the clarification, I think.
Somebody wish to make a motion?
I mean, if the motion is to continue the item until after council has received a proposed, pathway or corrective actions on this project, then that would be sufficient.
So moved.
How about with
We have a motion by
clarification?
Stephanie. Oh, do you want to amend that?
I was just going to say with clarification.
Can't hear you.
With
Yeah.
clarification on the $20,000
Yeah.
donation.
Oh. So we have
What Jill said with clarification.
Okay.
on the $20,000.
Yeah. on the
Wait,
20,000.
so do we need a full motion made then with that, or is that?
No, I think we have it. You have it?
Continue to a date uncertain with clarification on the 20K, and we'll have to go back. There was a little section in between there I missed.
It was continue to a point where we have our proposed path forward,
Corrective plan.
corrective plan, thank you, with clarification on the 20,000.
We have a
Okay, I have it.
first.
Thank you.
It's my first.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Carrie.
Second.
Yeah, Carrie.
Second.
Thank
Maybe
you.
it is. All right. Yes.
After the motion, I'd like to address a quick question for you
Sure.
guys.
Okay.
No,
Good.
after this item is wrapped up.
Okay. Got
Take
it.
your vote.
All right. All those in favor say.
Do we need to
uh,
have more discussion on the motion?
Do you have any?
No, well, I
Okay.
was just looking for public comment on the motion.
We already took public comment on this.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm ready.
All right.
Let's go.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the things that Laura and I were talking about a little bit earlier that I think would really help us
Tell me.
is when there's a motion and a second and a vote, if perhaps the mayor could also restate.
Sure.
A motion was made to made by, second by, vote was unanimous. That will help her in particular as she is working on the minutes. We were trying to figure out how to, because we both had slightly different things written down at the last meeting because it got a little convoluted with some of the conversation. And we realized that the cleanest and easiest way to resolve that is to have a clear statement at the end of the agenda item what the action was.
Okay, great.
Yeah. I think John's practicing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
he's
doing
he's working
good.
on it.
He's
working
doing
on
good.
it. I can tell.
You guys want to do it? Let me know.
Okay. So now you guys are going to be able to you're going to be able to test this in real time. Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay. So
Went wild.
we currently have a site and winter is fast approaching and that site has bare ground and we need to winterize it. There's about $7,000, which is in the bike fund. So we could cover some winterization cost associated with it. There is an offer by, I'm just gonna completely flounder it. Mark Benzinger, and I'm just gonna say that I kept hearing his name as Benzinger, so I thought it was Ben Zinger.
Oh.
So I'm having to like completely recalibrate. His name is Mark Benzinger, but basically he is with Mercer Fraser, and they're making an offer to the city to apply hydro seed. I did not have the name or the valuation for purposes of writing the staff report, but I do have an email now, and I'm going to pass this out. So the first question for you guys is whether or not you want to accept an in-kind donation. Oh, will you hand me one, please? I realize that I just, well, more more so is the value. It's basically the hydro seed would be in the value of $4,350. It doesn't hit the 5,000, but it does hit that donation of 2,500. This just came in hot off the press because I said I really want to see something in writing. So so that's the first question. The second one would be to authorize expenditures up to 3,000 from that general ledger account 4566, which is the recreation fees, project code 25, for those winterization activities. And that would be inclusive of the acquisition of straw as well as straw wattles in particular. I think last year tarps were put out there trying to, stabilize it. We get out there sooner than later in order to winterize a site before the rains hit. We're getting ahead of the game and protecting the site. Because obviously there's going to be some potential concerns around stormwater runoff off the site. So if we accept the in-kind donation, that is no direct fiscal impact on the city, other than, of course, the time to process and record the donation. And then, of course, the $3,000 we're proposing would come from the funds that are remaining in the list that you guys just saw. There's a little over like $7,100 in that particular account. So I don't think that it's going to require $3,000. I just didn't have the time right now to. Straw wattles are kind of a hot commodity right now, so prices get jacked up just prior to winter activities, and you'll see a lot of trucks moving down the highway with straw wattles getting ready for winterizing different construction sites. So I just wanted to make sure that I had enough so I wasn't coming back to you saying, oh, can we do a little addition? So
they're gonna seed all the naked dirt?
Yep.
Rather than tarp it?
Yep.
Okay.
There'd be some discretion. I mean, if we're looking like we need to do something, but it would be the seeding and the straw should suffice to help stabilize.
Okay.
Well, it's great, especially considering it's wonderful, especially considering it's co-located with Powers Creek.
Yep.
And there's already the issues of the sediment right there.
Right.
We do not want to contribute. So this is a life-saving donation.
I think it's
Thank you. Yeah.
I'll use the word generous,
Yeah.
not necessarily because of the financial piece. It's very generous to be willing to make the offer and the mobilization and the application for it. So that's where I see that could be very.
At a time that other people are paying money for it. So
yeah,
we're very lucky.
Okay.
All right. So that's the first part.
Maybe I should have introduced this one first. But I really think that this is again how we start normalizing. These kinds of conversations for this project.
Okay.
That's how I remember we used to do it.
But we still have the second item to discuss, or do you want to get one concluded and passed?
Oh, I think you can do it in a singular motion, depending, because whatever the motion is going to be, the motion is going to be. So,
Okay. And that fund that you're talking about, those are donation funds that are sitting there.
That is correct.
Okay. Because the part I get a little confused when you call it the recreation fees account. But
yeah, so basically it's the general ledger, right? So think of like a tiered tree. General ledger 4566 is actually under the umbrella of Fund 10, which is general fund. And then you've got multiple accounts underneath that. This is but one of many. And then subset to that is this little project code 25, and that's the source of the funding where those donation monies are parked.
Okay. The name recreation fees, I start thinking, oh, are those fees we're charging in the recreation department that go into this fund? No, they're donations that went into this.
Yeah, that's why, trying to figure out that tiered sort of approach. In looking at prior agenda reports, one of the things that I've seen is missing is that when you're looking at authorizing the allocation either of funds to be received that were not budgeted or funds that were to be expended that were not budgeted, you really need in that staff report to identify, that's one of the reasons why we want to get this stuff kind of cleaned up because it's
Right.
going to help with the audit. The council
Mhm.
did indeed, review, accept, and it's an auditing component as well. And then there's this. So as I'm doing these kinds of reports, this is what you're going to see from me because this helps with the auditing process as well. Because the auditor wants to go through and show that council took action and authorizing allocations that were not budgeted and what account it's coming in or out of.
And is that true, Jill, as well, is that true if you're moving money from one fund to another, then that also needs council approval?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
We
Oh,
ready to
I'm-
entertain a motion?
No.
No.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that. On item number 2, we were authorizing expenditures up to $3,000 for winterization. And thank you for thinking of it for one. Very necessary. 2, for finding a source that could be applied immediately. My perspective on this is we already have debt that is aging that is related to the bike park. And we have donation money that clearly wouldn't address it. But I feel like that donation money should go to older debt. And if we're going to be incurring any new debt, and we've had a lot of unplanned expenditures on this, we probably will continue, but I think we need to consider that coming from the Parks and Rec budget. Because if this kind of continues and we keep pulling from this fund or that fund or cover, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. We still have outstanding debt that's aging. And, we don't know where we are with our budget. I know that we're working on that. But at some point, we have to begin to say, where is the appropriate place for it to come? And for me, I think this needs to come directly from the Parks and Rec budget and not specifically from that donation.
And that's exactly where I would disagree because that to me looks like we have now said, okay, this is all on the city. I mean, we've had these discussions back and forth, like who's going to pay, who's going to be responsible. And I think that this $7,000 has already been earmarked and designated to be the bike park. And it's here, it's easy, it's immediate. And without mixing in any of the other funds right now until we figure out exactly where we're at. That's my thought, my feeling. I also had just a clarification on number 2 on under the fiscal impact project code 425, but I've heard it referred to as 25.
The technical phrase when you run a report is project code 25.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. It says project code 425, and then it's gotten kind of shorthand as 25.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify because it is
No,
it's
it's
identified.
okay.
Yeah.
I totally understand. I mean, I had to
Yeah,
I was going through those reports and trying to make sure. So I looked at the chart of accounts and
It seemed
it's
pretty
425.
simplified to me when I heard that it was just 25. I was like,
right. Yeah.
okay.
Jill, did you say we had to divide them up? Because I really just want to get the hydro seed off the table. Can we get a motion to approve
You
the
can do
hydro seed
anything you
donation?
want.
Okay.
You can do anything you want. I was just thinking,
I'm just worried it's going to keep going. Can
Okay.
we get a motion can we move on past the hydro seed?
Yes, we can move past the
Can
hydro
we get a
seed.
motion to approve the hydro seed?
I would move that we accept in the in-kind donation of hydro seed for the use of the bike park site.
Scafani and Napier seconded. I'll open it up for public comment.
Well, I thank Justin Zabel, so he's Mr. Mercer Fraser, and he and Schmidbauer donate a lot of things. I did want to make note, last year during flood, city stocks bags to do sandbags. I don't know if they have any, but Jill, you might want to have Public Works get something. Unfortunately, last year, Chris Edgar informed us all that we could go get our own bags. The city wasn't going to provide them. They were all used out at the bike park, basically. So some of us individuals went into Ace Hardware where we said we could get them and purchase them and donated them to the people who needed them. So this is just not on the agenda, but something you might want to have get an inventory of in case we have floods again in the future. And so just another question for you folks, you're getting wireless, you're getting these things. Are you, in addition to that, authorizing city time of thousands of dollars or whatever amount of money to install those? Who's paying for the install, or are you gonna have donations coming from the workers who wanna do the bike park? So if you have to build in staff time, I would build that into your cost at this time, so we all know where that's going.
Thank you. Any further public comment? All right, bring it back to council.
I would like to follow up to the points made by Councilmember Louis Lusso. The city already has ownership in this bike park. We own that land and we've already had staff time in at Parks and Rec and Public Works. So I appreciate your point of perspective on that. But again, we have debt that's aging. It's well ahead of this.
I'm sorry. I'm actually going to separate these issues. Sure. The motion on the table is about the in-kind.
Yeah, we're just
Oh,
talking
I'm
about the
sorry.
hydro.
Sorry.
Yeah,
We're just
no,
on
no,
the
it's
hydro seed.
okay.
Yeah, we're on the hydro seed. We have
Yeah,
a
I apologize.
we have a first by Scafani to accept the hydro seed and a second by Cass.
No. Oh, yes.
All right.
It's almost 10.
Yeah.
All those in
Okay.
favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It passes. So we've made a
Thank you.
motion by Scafani to accept the hydro seed. Pat seconded that, and the council has thus accepted the hydro seed donation. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to the next part of this, which is the thousands of dollars. Kat,
Yeah.
continue.
Jill, thank you for getting us back on the
Yeah,
rails. I
sorry about that.
apologize. It's been a long day and I'm sure it
It
has
makes
been
it
for
easier to
everyone.
keep the minutes.
Yeah. So just to that point, we already have ownership in it and money and time. This is something that went well past any council approval. And if we don't begin to, as a council, begin to rein in and redirect some of those costs appropriately, I feel like we were just sort of perpetuating this idea that we can just patch things as we go along. So that's been part of my thinking.
Well, and on that thread, I mean, the idea of the aging debt, how much of that aging debt has been determined to be valid and acceptable? I mean, or are you still in that process?
Oh, I'm still in that process.
Okay.
Yeah, I have not, following that last meeting, developing these things and trying to work on budget and then different issues that all of you have brought forward to me has sucked all that time away from me. So I haven't even had a chance to kind of get there.
But at least one of those invoices is from Gary Johnson.
Yes.
And so licensed, you know, I imagine that invoice details so many yards of X, Y, or Z and so forth. Is that a fair
Broadly,
assumption?
yeah.
So at least we know that that invoice has to, is something that's correct.
You also have the Mercer Fraser for $5,000 for hot mix asphalt. That's also very specific.
Okay.
And that was from December of 2024.
Okay.
Gary's bill came in June of 2025.
For materials that were delivered prior to.
And like June of 24, plus or minus. It's a little unclear to me because there's no dates of actual service. So it was sort of broad.
Okay. And this 3,000, is that for materials or that's for materials and labor?
This $3,000 would be from materials, and if you want it to be covering, staff time, that would be fine too. I don't think that it's going to take that long, especially if they're doing hydro seeding, to drop that stuff out there.
So I guess, and
But I do want to just sort of emphasize there is a responsibility when you have an open construction site to winterize it by October 15th.
Yeah.
So one way or the other, we have to do this. The question is going to be, where do you want to take the money from?
So, and again, like Jill was just saying, we have to do something, or else the bike park's probably going to melt away during the winter.
It's not just that it would, melt away. You have a legal responsibility to protect from stormwater runoff and erosion. Yeah.
Just
Yeah, no, I
packaging
get it.
So What's the difference if it comes out of the bike park? Why do you prefer it comes out of the bike park and or the Parks and Rec? I just, because the bike park's for the bike park, so it makes sense to put the bike park funds
Mhm.
into it.
And there are already invoices ahead of it and materials delivered ahead of it that we haven't paid on. And I think we're fortunate that apparently they're being patient, or they've already negotiated terms, or they're affording us some kind of courtesy with that. But, and then there's also the precedent, which this is something that was not planned for, was not addressed, and that's kind of indicative of the whole development of the bike park. And at what point do we as a new council begin to say that we're going to try to set these into an appropriate order? So I do think that the Parks and Rec budget is the appropriate place to pull that money from. I would hope that the city manager might have enough information to source $3,000 in that budget. If that's not possible before the deadline, then advise us accordingly.
Then what?
Advise us accordingly if you wouldn't be able to find, or we just, I don't know if it's the Public Works, or sorry, the Parks and Rec director. I don't know if they develop their own budget, or if they know where that's at, or if they know what monies are available. But if we at least look at the current budget that we're operating for from now through the rest of the year, we know that we're going to revisit that, but we'll have to pull from that budget. That's my thinking.
Well, I can appreciate your concern. However, I feel like, again, given the amount of time and effort and where we are in the process, and having had a conversation with Jill about the budget and where she is in that process, I don't want to put another requirement that money be found somewhere else when we have this proposal in front of us. And we have a tidy little package where we can just get this job done by the deadline, and other monies that will go towards those invoices will come from wherever they come from, and that may be the Parks and Rec budget, but that'll be in the budget process when we have a full picture and we have all those nice pretty numbers all lined up, that we can say, okay, we're grabbing from here, we're grabbing from there, and this is going to change. So I think the appropriate thing tonight is to just go forward with this recommendation and work through the budget process for those invoices.
Is that a motion?
Can we get a motion?
And anyway, I would like to move that we authorize the expenditure of up to $3,000 from GL 4566 for winterization activities.
Second.
We have a first by Scafani to authorize the 40, what was it again? Sorry, how much?
3,000.
3,000, thank you. To winterize the park, and a second by Louis Lusso. Public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
Napier dissents. So we have authorized city staff to spend $3,000 to winterize the bike park. Motion made by Scafani, seconded by Louis Lusso.
Specific fund.
Specific fund, GL. What was the?
4566.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the next item. Item number
And thank you
11.
for the conversation.
No
I
problem.
think this is, I mean, it really is very helpful. Thank you.
Discuss and appoint city council member, board, commission, and ad hoc appointments.
Okay.
So on this one, you're going to find, oh, we still have another agenda item after this
Yeah.
one.
Keep
It's
going.
like, what's my additional
Yeah.
tab back there? What do we got?
Oh, no.
Okay, so I'm going to really hope that you all thought about this. I included two attachments. The one attachment is obviously what was current as of last December, I think is when it was approved. This one, I just went ahead and left the colored boxes so that while you guys were talking, you kind of had a sense of who the primary was and who the alternate was. And hopefully we can just kind of, roll through and have that conversation, and hopefully you guys have thought about what you would like to do as individuals, put it onto the table.
Do we just want to go through line by line, or what's the council's?
Can I just make a suggestion? So first we could all just keep what we have, or we could all kind of go uncle and say, I want to get rid of this, this and this. I'm okay with keeping what I got, but I'm okay with the mad shuffle too, if y'all want to.
Okay. I mean, I can say that I'm okay, but I do have a comment about the Blue Lake Fire Department liaison one because I don't get noticed about them. They're allegedly on the third Monday at 6:30. So I guess I need to figure that piece out. So I feel like a deadbeat member of that committee.
So I will ask again, do we want to go through line by line or do we want to jump around? I'd rather not have long.
Well, I think we would both prefer take them up board assignment by board assignment.
Great.
And
So let's start with REDAC.
Sure. So I am currently the primary. Christopher Fire was the alternate. And then I don't know who picked that slack up in between. But Terry, you should have the opportunity. If you are interested in REDAC, I think especially with your work and budget, if you wanted to trade and if you wanted to be the primary, I think that would be an excellent fit for you.
Okay.
I could continue as alternate. Something to consider that we all need to consider is if we begin to change all of these around, all of those boards also have to change a lot of their information. So not saying we have to confine it to primary alternate, but I thought I'd offer that and see if you're interested.
Okay, I would be.
Okay.
so you would be the primary is what you're
We're going to
proposing?
switch
Okay.
on that. I'm going to put Terry here. And we'll hit it as we go. Next one.
All right, next is HCOG. Who is that? That is
That
me and Kat.
primary, John alternate.
Kat, do you want to be the primary on that one?
Well, I do need to be primary somewhere. I love that one too. It was a really great people. However, it's also in a sense more appropriate for the mayor. So it's your call. If it's something that you would like to be primary on that,
I'll leave it up to you.
let's leave it as it is right now, and then we'll see if the need changes. Is that reasonable?
I would say that typically the assignments to HCOG have been the mayors of each of the cities with an alternate. That has been kind of the standard. Doesn't have to be, but that's kind of what the HCOG was set up for all those years ago.
Okay, John.
I'll take it.
Okay.
We can jump back and forth. It doesn't
Okay.
matter.
So we're going to hold.
I'll be the
HCOG.
alternate, and John is the primary on HCOG.
HWMA. How about Waste Management Authority?
Yeah, I'm primary. Elise is alternate.
And I'm good with that.
Fine.
If somebody else wants to be the alternate, I could
Okay.
let that go.
How about let's just have primary say if they don't want it or not. Then we,
Um,
or if someone really wants something. Blue Lake Rancheria liaison.
wait,
Oh, you want?
I'm sorry. What was that? What was the primary and the alternate, and they're thinking on the HWMA? You're going to stay as primary, correct? Okay. And what were you saying about alternate, Elise?
I said I'm the alternate, but I'll give it up if somebody wants it.
Okay. Of what?
HWMA.
Oh,
Waste
okay,
Management Authority.
That one's boring.
Hey,
quick.
we worked really hard to keep it. No
It's a
drama.
quick meeting, but you're also the vice chair.
Yeah, no, I'm keeping it.
Yeah, so I don't ever want to step in.
Listen,
if
don't
I
be
had to the
scaring
chair.
people. Don't be scaring people. That's right. Every time I ask you to replace me,
Blue Lake Rancheria.
you need to show up.
Yeah.
Blue Lake Rancheria.
I'd like to keep that.
Okay.
And I would like to be the alternate unless John, I think that you've had good communication, or Terry, I'm sorry, I withdraw. I'm interested, but I'm going to back up. Sorry.
Terry, do you?
It doesn't matter to me. There's, I'm now the primary and there's 4 other alternates.
I'll grab
and it
that
seems
one.
like there's a balance. So.
I'm gonna grab that one if that's okay.
Okay.
So can I make sure I'm understanding this correctly? So John, you're wanting to be the primary for Blue Lake Rancheria?
No, I'm the primary.
I'll be
Okay.
the alternate.
Elise is the primary John would be the alternate. Okay.
Moving on to
Probably
our
shouldn't have kept those blue blocks there. I'm
I
really
know
sorry.
That's right.
messing up my pencil
I
mark.
got a big fat mark.
RCEA.
I'm the primary.
Okay, keeping that, right?
Yes.
Mhm. And I'm the alternate. I'm keeping that. Okay.
Terry, or sorry, not Terry, Blue Lake
Hey.
Chamber of Commerce. I will gladly give that up.
Who wants it?
Who wants it? Terry, you're
So,
up.
I'm up for the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay,
Okay,
you're-
I'll do
that's-
it.
So she's going to
Okay.
be primary?
Yeah.
Be primary. Who wants to
It's
be
me.
secondary?
And who would be the alternate?
I'll be
Uh,
the alternate.
Okay, John's the alternate.
I'll try to make
Public safety. I'm the primary. I can keep it.
Okay.
And I just a point of order question for the, the space people. Is there any conflict of interest with you being on there and having your significant other being a commissioner for the safety commission? I'm asking, I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, no, it's
unknown.
it's not actually a conflict of interest, but you start moving into that appearance of. So it's not a legal conflict of interest. It's
Fair. Probably a poor choice of words, just something to say.
no, it's actually something that people say a lot, honestly.
Okay.
So I think it's kind of that splitting of hairs, more of an appearance, if you will.
Okay.
So what's happening
So
with
is
that
that
one?
staying?
If you if somebody else wants it, it's okay with me.
Does anyone want
As
the primary?
oh, okay.
And Michelle, do you want to give that up as secondary, or would you like to keep that?
I would say I do have a good working relationship with the sheriff's department, so
I don't think anyone challenged you. I think you're good. Does anyone want the second position?
I mean, I'm the, are we saying, okay, so is Elise staying primary?
Unless you challenge her.
No, I just brought up the question. And as far as me being the alternate, I'm happy to be the alternate. Yeah, that's fine with me. I just have like 4 primaries.
Do you need to hand something off?
And that's a lot.
You can hand something off.
Okay.
Blue Lake Department of Fire. You're the primary on that one, right?
I am, but again, have not attended ever. Who wants to do that one? Somebody take it off my hands.
Terry,
Sure.
you like fire stuff?
Oh,
Sure.
Terry.
I'll do it.
Okay, you're at 3 primary,
Right.
Terry, so
Okay.
be mindful.
is
Yeah.
Michelle
how
going to be
often
the
they meet.
alternate, or somebody else is going to be the alternate for that?
I can be the alternate.
Okay.
There's
I
no.
remember. Terry, you just have to call me.
Okay.
Blue Lake Parks and Recreation.
All right.
Who's
Every
That's
month.
John.
I'm the primary?
So
No,
No.
I'm gonna,
if I was.
I
the
don't have a
primary.
primary right now. And I would take that one. Yeah, Terry, you're at 3 primary.
Do you
Okay.
want? Well, we have. So here's another thought. We have our commissions, our Blue Lake
Oh, I see.
commissions, and I think it's a good idea for our Blue Lake commissions to be divided amongst us. So we don't
Mhm.
have one council member do it representing more than one.
Okay.
So I've got public safety.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's Parks and Rec, Arts and Heritage, Economic Development. So why don't we all pick one?
Parks and Rec.
Wait, there's Parks and Rec and Economic Development. Is there Arts and Heritage?
Arts and Heritage is not. They're the third Wednesday.
It's on the bottom here.
According to this,
There it
and I think
is.
that's
Third
accurate-ish.
So primary for Blue Lake Recreation.
Arts and Heritage is second Monday.
What?
Yeah.
It
Okay,
is?
the second Monday now. Okay, yeah, something.
It's 1 hour after the Chamber of Commerce.
I have class on Monday nights. I just remembered.
We're looking at Parks and Rec. Primary.
Okay, sorry.
So currently it's Who's the primary?
That was under,
That was
that would
Terry.
mean me.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
And
can
then
you
John,
restate that?
It was, it was you, but, only because, that was
Chris.
Chris's
Right.
spot,
Right,
right?
right.
So, John, you've been the alternate on that. I mean, if you need a primary, I would take that as a primary. I have no primaries right now.
Take it.
Take it. Done.
Yeah.
So Kat's primary, Parks and Rec.
6:30, I can do that.
Who's alternate?
Okay.
I'll keep it unless somebody wants it.
Okay. And Economic Development, who wants that one?
I think whoever has the chamber should have economic development, but that's just generally what we used to do, but it's up to you guys. Terry, you already have a bunch of primaries, right?
I have 3.
Depends on how much free
I
time you
think,
have.
I don't, see, since we don't have a liaison to, the planning commission, I think that, the chamber could be our 5th, so it shouldn't be the same person that takes chamber and economic development.
Okay.
I think maybe,
Who wants primary?
John wants primary.
Sure.
Economic development.
So John would be primary for economic development?
Correct.
Okay.
an alternate, who wants to be alternate?
I'll follow John around. Unless Terry, actually, is that something that?
Well,
you're
that if,
interested
let's see,
As an alternate.
as
Yeah.
an alternate on the economic development, yeah,
Would you like
I
that
think
one?
you'd be good.
Yeah.
okay.
That fits.
She thinks I'd be bad.
See
So
you
I'm
as
the
the
alternate. Oh,
Okay, so we have Terry as the alternate for
Okay.
economic development.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
Ottawa Watershed Council,
That's me.
okay, you wanna keep it?
Yeah, I'll stay.
Okay. And who wants to be alternate?
Michelle Primary.
Terry's the alternate unless somebody else wants it. What
Well,
does it do? Quarterly.
Yeah, they.
Oh, they don't meet
they don't-
often, and then there's presentations, and you get to.
mhm.
Terry, if you don't want it, I'll take it as an
Um,
alternate.
I'm just trying to look at schedule, so it's quarterly.
Yeah.
I can do that. Yeah, I can do that.
So are you going to keep it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's as the alternate for that.
Right.
Okay.
And the League of Cities?
I'll keep that.
Keep it. It was mine.
Wait, what?
You were,
You were the alternate.
No, I mean, me and Elise had like a conversation about who the alternate was
Oh,
one time.
yeah, so it is you, it's you. You're
Okay.
keeping it.
It just messed up on the website. That was the
Yeah, I'll fix that.
John is alternate on League of Cities.
Right.
Cause I go
Okay.
there to see what I'm supposed to do and I thought it was me, but it's not, it's him.
Oh, okay.
mayor select.
Okay.
We're good on
Mayor
that one.
Select, that's you.
Oh, wait, can we bounce back to the
Yes.
California League of Cities?
Michelle's
Who's primary?
primary, John's alternate.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor select committee. That's me and you, Elise.
Oh, it is?
Oh, yeah.
So it
Michael
is,
Tim.
okay. Um,
And then arts and heritage. Does anyone really want to be the primary in arts and heritage?
No.
Well, is there?
I didn't realize
Hey.
I mean, I'm the primary.
I'm
If nobody else
Oh,
wants it, I'll keep it.
full.
So,
what do we have?
No.
Terry, do you want it?
You know, right now I have
two,
3
three.
primaries and 3 alternates.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you
So-
I thought you only had 2 alternates.
No,
I
I
only
am
have
on
2.
the,
Rancheria.
no, that went to John, right? John,
stole
you
the
took that.
Rancheria.
Oh.
Okay,
I
that's
have
right.
you-
Okay,
Thank you.
okay,
All right.
So you're Ottawa and economic development alternate.
okay. So 3 and then, yeah.
So
So, the alternate for what? Arts and Heritage, sure.
So who's the
Alternate for-
primary for Arts and Heritage then?
So Kat was.
Oh, that was
Kat,
the,
were you dropping your secondary on arts and heritage? Yeah. Sorry. Sorry.
but that
Kat
does-
has
yeah.
1 primary.
I know. I'll take League of California City. It's
Do you want it? Oh, no,
No.
that's not mine. Take it away.
no, Arts and Heritage is not a fit for me. I can do backup to fill that gap, and I'm here. I do
Okay.
need another primary though. Ugh. I guess I gotta.
Great.
So could we restate what you've got?
All of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Primary.
So
And
I
sorry,
don't quite
on
get the arts and heritage.
Arts and Heritage, I took primary on that. And who is the alternate on Arts and Heritage? John, are you gonna? Who?
Terry is alternate on arts and heritage.
Terry, that's
Oh, I
three
am.
primaries and three
You are?
alternates.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
Okay, I'll go ahead
Yeah.
and take the alternate too.
No,
What?
well, that's a.
Primary and the alternate.
What's happening here, guys? Like, I'm serious. Like, could get it together.
Okay.
I want to go home.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so we need an alternate for Arts and Heritage.
Oh,
Is that you? Are you
No,
still?
I'm sorry, I am primary on it. I took primary on Arts and Heritage.
You did? Okay.
Yes.
I'll do it, I guess. Don't ever miss a meeting. I don't want to go.
such a good backup. Oh my
Awesome backup.
God.
So we need to come back to HCOG.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought we decided. I have Kat as alternate, John as primary.
Correct.
John and Kat?
Yeah.
No.
Cat alternate.
Correct.
Yes.
Should I read these out?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so let's do that. The RREDC primary is Bailey,
Bayless.
Bayless,
Mm-hmm.
and Napier is alternate.
Yep.
HCAOG primary is Sawatsky, alternate is Napier.
Yeah.
HWMA is primary Michelle, alternate is Elise. Blue Lake Rancheria, primary is Elise, alternate is John. RCEA, primary is Elise, alternate is Kat. Blue Lake Chamber of Commerce, primary is Terry, alternate is John. Public Safety, primary is Elise, alternate is Michelle. Blue Lake Fire Department, primary is Terry, alternate is Michelle. Parks and Rec, primary is Kat, alternate is John. Economic Development, primary is John, alternate is Terry. Battle Lot, Michelle is primary, alternate is Terry. Leagues of Cities, primary is Michelle, alternate is John. Mayor Select, primary is John, alternate is Elise. Arts and Heritage, primary is Kat, alternate is Elise. Okay?
Oh, it's okay.
Is that a
Elise, not
motion?
Terry. Okay.
Yeah.
Kat, one thing, sorry, one thing real fast.
Sure.
Kat, you were the secondary or primary on economic development.
Oh,
No, Terry is alternate. John is primary.
I'm saying, do you want to swap back arts and heritage since you're already involved with chamber? I'm not chamber, economic development. Or do you just want to stay? Do you just want to swap it out?
to swap what out for what? I'm sorry.
You were originally involved with Blue Lake Economic Development Commission.
Yes.
Do you want to swap back to swap out arts and heritage for that one, or do you want to leave it alone?
I'd rather be economic development than
Okay, then why
arts
don't
and
you go ahead and do
heritage.
that, and I'll be on arts and heritage.
Okay.
Can you change this?
So,
So Economic Development, primary is John, alternate is Kat.
but we're changing that.
Kat's the primary.
Oh,
That's the
Okay.
primary on Economic Development Commission. I'm the primary on arts and heritage.
So who's going to be the alternate? Still Terry for economic development? So you're removing yourself completely from economic
I was
development?
originally involved with arts and heritage, so I just figured why just not to disrupt the flow if Kat was already involved with economic development.
Okay, so you're going to be removed completely from economic development.
Correct.
Okay. And you want to come in as,
I was always the arts and heritage person.
that's fine. Are you the
Primary.
primary?
Your primary arts and heritage, and taking Kat off of that.
Yes.
So
Gotcha.
alternate is still me, for arts and heritage.
Good.
The alternate for economic development is Terry.
Correct.
Okay.
Great.
Right, great. Okay, let's stop there.
Okay. Do we get a motion to, do we need a motion to approve the
Yeah,
amended?
I think I would make the motion and a second according to what Laura just recorded.
Okay.
So moved.
Motion and a second according to what Laura just read to us?
Yes.
Yes.
And
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
second,
Second
open it up
here.
for public comment.
And now you can open it for public comment.
Great. All right, so I'm just gonna wait till.
Primary.
Can I ask a
First
question,
one's at
clarification?
6:30 at primary.
So if you're an alternate, it means the primary would call you or notify you that does it,
They can't go.
but they can't go.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or potentially ask you if you want to go. And they'll.
And I will say that for purposes of the joint powers authorities like RCEA, REDAC, and HWMA, if they're sitting and they can't get a hold of the primary, they will oftentimes call the alternate and say, is anybody coming?
Yeah.
So we had a motion on the floor by Scafani, seconded by myself, to accept the new council assignments based on what was read. Public gave no input. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Can I
Hearing none.
clarify the second of the motion? I had it down as Terry.
That's fine.
Okay.
Well, you said John. I
Yeah,
thought it was
that's-
Terry as well, and then I switched it, so you would say.
Terry
Terry.
Terry.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you, guys.
And Jill,
It's
can
a
you
lot.
let me know which
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
ones would require?
All right, city
for
clerk
me to
job
sign,
description.
Would require me to
Oh.
do Form
Okay.
700.
Oh, they'll definitely,
Okay.
we'll flag them.
Okay, perfect.
All right, moving on to item number 10, city clerk's job description. City manager, Duffy, would you like to fill us in on this one?
Oh, I actually could kind of fill you in, but I think it would probably be better to hear from the ad hoc
Let's
committee.
listen to the ad hoc then. Ad hoc, what do you have to tell us?
Go ahead. Go ahead. And I realize that I will say that when I wrote this report, the the job
Okay.
description wasn't quite ready, and I was trying to reformat, and I got this in here, and so my staff report is wrong, but it is all here. So
Okay.
I'll
go
go
for
ahead.
it.
Thank you, Michelle. So
Ready?
Michelle and I are the ad hoc for the city clerk job description and duties. I will follow my sword and tell you that I did push to get this on here today, and I know everyone is out of their comfort zone, and thank you for moving forward anyway. My reasoning for this is we've already been a bit delinquent in getting this forward so that we can properly and more widely advertise and correctly advertise the position for the city clerk. The goal would be to have the opportunity to have a placement while Jill is still here, so that they could both kind of learn some of the systems and concepts that Jill would be putting out there, and hopefully, if they're the skill set too, to be able to be of some assistance to Jill as well. So I was definitely pushing for that, and as a result, we do have a document right here that we'll have to do some tweaking. But I want to put this in the larger context of all of the job descriptions of the city, the wage and salary scale. Jill can comment a little bit more, but perfection is not needed at this time for the city clerk job description. We just want to have some accuracy in what we do put out there. We know that it will be revisited in the future. That's the overview.
Yes, and we took our sources from various different places, examples of city clerks in different jurisdictions, different areas of California, including local and Humboldt County, looking at some hybrid job descriptions as well, taking those elements and placing them in to the job description duties, description of duties, as well as the knowledge of, ability to, qualifications, requirements, etc. The only things that I had to amend on this copy would be the under supervision received and exercised. The statement of policy goals are set by the city council. I'm not clear about why that statement is in a city clerk job description and what it has to do with the city clerk. But so I would not want that there. And then there's also the desire and the recognition that some people come in at an entry level, if you will, or a level 1, and some people come in at a more advanced or experienced or level 2. I wanted to also kind of standardize for consistency purposes the terms level 1 versus level 2, if that seems appropriate. I just don't like the word advanced. I think that can be a broader definition. But anyway, I hope you enjoy the elements and the work put in here. I'm excited to get this off to publication.
I want to say thank you both for following through and all your hard work on this. I feel real strong about a city clerk and their importance to the city. And I just feel like there's a lot of pieces that have been missing and, that need to be addressed. So this was great. And it looks really good.
You had a chance to really review it?
I did read it.
Okay. No, I mean,
and review it.
Did you really dig in?
I thought
Find the
it
errors.
it was really comprehensive, so I appreciate all of your.
So you guys are 99% done. So like you're
I feel like we're like ready to hand it over to the formatting of our. That's how I feel about it.
Did Jill review this already?
And to the extent that she placed it into the packet, we really rushed this for her.
It was a rush.
To,
So I got
her.
it formatted
but
into the packet.
so everybody
can we
get that.
touch on what you opened with? And
Yes.
a suggestion?
Sure.
So I agree with you. Like, I thought that was kind of an awkward wording. Policy goals are set by city council. Those are actually, those would be evaluation performance sort of criterion, if you will.
Gotcha. Okay.
So my suggestion, I'm getting tired enough that my eyes are just like, we're done. I'm going to suggest, because this is supervision received and exercised, I would say city clerk reports to city council and receives general administrative guidance from the city manager and may provide guidance to administrative support staff.
Sounds good. Love it.
That
Wraps
teases
it up.
out and yeah.
Love that.
And
I'm happy with
to,
that.
to the point, within the city clerk position, obviously, in a larger city, it could be very specific in what they do and a more complex reporting structure. And here we're trying to position it that we build in some separation of powers or checks and balances, as it were. And that was the thinking in including that kind of language. So I think it's resolved it beautifully, Jill. Thank you. And Terry, I remember you had done a really comprehensive search and provided that to the council previously regarding city clerk. And with the advanced, in those considerations, those specific points, it provides or advanced or level 2, sorry, level 2 is fantastic. It's just not on the wage and salary schedule at the moment as level 1 or level 2. But Jill has identified the need for analyst type or an analyst, and not to say that the city clerk is automatically an analyst, but if we have within this job description these level 2 type goals or qualifications, skills, then we at least are thinking about that in our conversations of interview. The same way with, I don't know if we have this in here, I can't recall at the moment, but I think in some of your research, there was also the acting city manager or elements of that this city clerk can be developed to have a supervisory role with other staff. So I think that's kind of what's being expressed here. Did you guys have any other impressions on what you're seeing the city clerk would provide, or does it hit it?
I am going to blanketly trust you three.
It hits it. I will say when you had the original conversation, I wasn't on the council about the salary, and I know Kat, you had advocated for. I think at some level that some point has to be revisited. If you get a job at Target, it's $20 an
Yeah,
hour.
yeah.
And we are asking a lot. And when I looked online, I went to Scotia, I went to Fortuna, Trinidad. They are making much more than that. And
Yeah.
I just feel like for what we're asking, maybe as we do the budget and we're really looking at where can we make those slices and dices that will help, what would improve this
Agreed.
significantly.
Agreed. Yeah. So how do we feel about under primary duties, like delineating level 1 and then down by where it says advanced?
So
and-
here's
yeah.
actually where I think we kind of need to do this.
Okay.
If you decide that you're going to do a level 1, level 2, then we need to have a conversation about your salary pay plan. You do not have a level 1, level 2 in the salary pay plan, and we won't be able to move forward with recruiting.
Okay.
So that's why when I talked to Kat and I said, "Ugh, doesn't make me very comfortable, but you currently have a city clerk title, and maybe this is something that you bring back as part of your salary pay plan, because all of your job descriptions need to be looked at.
Mhm.
Your salary pay plan, whether it's the hourly or the additional compensation, everything needs to be looked at in its entirety. And you don't want to piecemeal it, so it's kind of like, have this, move it forward, recognizing a couple
Okay.
things. One is you may or may not find applicants coming in for this salary, in which case you'll have to revisit it again. But I think that that one of the goals for the next person coming in would be to, hopefully, if they have the skill set where they can do that, that would be great. Otherwise, you might be looking at having to get a consultant to help you with that work. It's not a light undertaking.
So for the elements that are listed under that, would we word that as a desirable or preferred, or do we put any kind of like a stipulation on it to make sure that we recognize that not everyone is going to have this and we're not requiring it?
Right. I didn't get the sense that, everything was required. And
Okay.
if there's a question, I guess.
I think on qualifications where it's 2 year, 4 years had an advanced
Right.
parenthetic thing, and then conduct analysis and prepare reports on municipal policy, that's ability 2, and it says advanced. Again, everything that says advanced or level 2, we would have to either throw into a different bucket or hold off, or what does that look like? I'm not familiar with the format.
Yeah, well, I think for this one, because it's just the way that it's kind of structured, I think part of it is looking at the candidates that are before you and trying to make an evaluation as to those individuals that may possess the capacity and the ability to grow into that position very quickly. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I think I've seen language sort of like as job knowledge and competency progresses.
Yeah.
There's something that's just kind of a segue into, there can be more. There's more like advancement and development without having to, lower level, upper level.
So the performance evaluation wouldn't be built necessarily on word for word, all of these elements.
Right. I think that what you would end up doing is setting those goals and objectives for, seeing what a candidate brings to the table. Everybody's going to have their different strengths. And if there are areas where you're like, and we really need for you, I mean, some people are going to be very detail oriented. They're going to be phenomenal at helping to get some of the nuts and bolts of what's happening in the office. Maybe they're less familiar with some of the legal requirements. So that would be a goal, if you will. And, ultimately, it would be a recruitment whereby you guys will see who the applicants are because it's going to be your responsibility to appoint them.
Correct.
So it would not be, you'll basically have skin in the game in the hiring of the selection and hiring of a preferred candidate.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
What do you agree with?
All of it.
It's like, I agree. It's time to go home.
I think I'm going to come in late tomorrow, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6:30.
I think you just need to get a little camper out here.
I wouldn't be married for very long.
Time for an employee
He's
hour.
already silenced me for the evening.
He's like, good night.
Ooh, you've been cut off.
All right. So, do we need a motion, or you guys are going to bring back another copy?
Oh, no, I think you're good to go.
Okay.
Great.
So, we don't need a motion.
No, you need a motion to approve
Okay, great.
as amended.
So moved.
Who?
I am making a motion to approve this as amended.
A second.
Second by Terry. Okay.
All open up for public comment? Seeing none. So Elise made a motion to approve this job description for city clerk as amended, and Terry Bailey seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing no opposition, it passes unanimously. Anonymously.
Anonymously.
Nice
Anonymously.
job, you guys.
And
We are adjourned.
We're not yet. No, we got more stuff.
Oh, wait, we're not done. We're not done.
We're not
on
done.
that, it sounded like you had ideas on where to post for all that.
I can't.
When we spoken previously, you had some ideas on great places to post and not to post for that position, to get that job description out. Correct?
Right.
So no direction needed from council.
You guys can fix it. Council correspondence. I'm going to go right to left.
None.
Oh, gosh, that's right.
Well, correspondence is different from reports, right?
Yeah,
Commission reports.
correspondence is
I don't
different.
have any.
We have not received any correspondence
Okay,
for
great.
council.
Perfect.
How's that?
Okay.
Great. No correspondence.
We already gave our ad hoc committee report,
Okay.
at least one of them.
We're not on item 14 yet.
Oh, council.
Moving on to item 14, reports, council and staff, ad hoc committee reports.
Do you have anything to report?
Ad hoc, do you have anything to report?
Michelle did all the work. I wrote on her coattails. Thank you, Michelle. Good
Great
job.
work. Good work, team.
I concur.
Any other?
John and I are working on the ad hoc for our transparency ad hoc, which just means we're torturing ourselves with videos and different ways. So we learned about formatting videos and how a 4 GB video can balloon into a 32 GB video because of the weird formatting. That was fun.
I had AI explain it to her
Yeah.
because she didn't trust me.
Well, because you didn't explain it. You're
I did explain.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Okay. Anyway,
Commission
moving on.
updates. Commission updates. Right to left. Any commission updates?
I'm now the primary on ones I wasn't on before. Thank
Great.
you. Done.
I went to the HWMA meeting on the 11th of September, and we did look at a couple of things with a proposed revision to the HWMA financial policy, which was kind of akin to levels of capital gain, some stuff that I can't really articulate right now. And then some labor charges, changes in the language for the services. And then the new pit scale was installed, and that was a lovely presentation. And then there was some discussion with movement on looking at some compensation plan changes in their organization. But I appreciate that commission, by the way. I just do.
It's a great story. I'm going to fill you guys in on
I
HCOG.
do get to report out on it.
So at HCOG, I attended on behalf of CATS. I was the secondary on that, now the primary. And we talked about the housing element or the future, sorry, not housing,
Arena allotments.
arena allotments. And it looks like we're looking at 41 new units in the next 10 years, roughly 7 to 10 years.
For Blue Lake.
For Blue Lake.
Yeah.
So that's the news I got.
Okay, RCEA Safety Commission. I don't know if I reported on Safety Commission for August. In August, we had a great meeting, and there were 2 folks from Rancheria that came and attended that meeting and gave reports, and it was awesome. And at our last meeting this month, we had the undersheriff come to our meeting and talk to us about all kinds of stuff, and that was really awesome. And so there's just, we're just getting a bunch of stuff going on, cooperatives, yeah.
Is that at at the safety fair?
Yeah. The safety fair wasn't as exciting as that meeting. I gotta tell you, I was pretty jazzed to have people show up and say, "Yeah, we're gonna work with you guys." And the undersheriff actually reported that some of our calls for service are being answered by officers from the Blue Lake Rancheria. So for the first time in a long time, Blue Lake Rancheria they're all cross deputized with the sheriff's department.
Okay.
Right? So Blue Lake Rancheria, when they're available, are at times answering calls for service in Blue Lake. So yay us, and this is an awesome thing. So there you go.
Yeah.
That's what I have to report.
Excellent.
Terry, anything?
I wasn't technically on. I did go to the Parks and Recreation Commission meeting, and they were just talking about their tight budget, but they were talking about planning, maybe consolidating some of the programs, the winter programs that they were doing. Could they put them together? And being concerned about cost of projects.
I was there too. I forgot about that. And they want monthly updates on the bike park. So we expected to have those reports prepared for them.
They
want them.
They want to create them and provide them. Or
No,
they
they want updates on status.
Parks and Rec wants updates on
from the liaison.
Okay.
And didn't y'all they created an ad hoc committee to reevaluate Parks and Rec fees.
That's right.
That's good.
Brian's
That's a
involved.
good idea.
Growing thing. Yeah.
Great.
I just want to let everyone know after 10:30 it's okay for us to lightly mock each other and tell jokes. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, is that an ordinance?
Yeah, it's an ordinance.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's another agenda item.
All right.
Manager's report.
City manager's report. Sorry, Jill, I forgot.
Jill.
It's all good. It's all good.
Saving the best for last.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the 2 things that I'm remembering in the moment because it's been kind of a blur. And then you guys can just ask me questions if there's anything burning. So one is the pedestrian bridge, as we touched on a little bit earlier. It basically got approved late this afternoon and it's now usable. So the project is complete. The other thing is with respect to Powers Creek over behind the town square and kind of moving down in that area. We've got folks in there clearing out some of the vegetation in there right now. So that started yesterday. Probably be done in 3 days. Although honestly, with as warm as it is, I don't know how people are doing anything outside right now. And I think from there, if there's something that any of you are really interested in, you could just ask me and I'll just kind of roll with it because I've just been working on a lot of different things. So rather than trying to list all the different things that I'm working on, it would probably be good for you just to ask me if I've got an update about anything.
I got a question. So the Powers Creek vegetation thing, they did that last year and it's all growing back. Are they gonna do anything about getting the stumps and those big tree stumps out of there so they don't keep coming back or not really?
I think there's that would take probably a more aggressive approach. And I don't have a sense of when that triggers permit. So I would be careful about that. Right now, you can do some basic vegetation within allowable with the regulations, so anything more than that, I would be very careful about right now.
Yeah. John and I walked that creek with, from the end of Charlton Road over to the footbridge, the metal footbridge, and with Karina. And she was able to point out where that sediment, I mean, you could see there's like this much more,
Looks like
which also
somebody
means this
dumped a
wide.
gravel truck in.
Right. And it's nice. I mean, she's really doing a great job with the research, getting proper permission, bringing in all agencies, asking the right questions. And they really just, they need the manpower. And I love it that they want to have appropriate professional guidance too on site, so.
So that project is not gonna involve any sediment or aggregate removal, is that true?
It's the
You're gonna have
vegetation.
to get permit.
Yeah.
Boy, we are seriously doomed at that footbridge.
Yeah.
Have you looked at that? At the
Well,
footbridge by
we're-
the
we're-
horse arena?
yeah.
There's like no room for water.
Right.
It's bad, really bad.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right.
You won't be here.
Thank you, guys.
Or maybe you will.
Any other questions? I'm not pulling an excavator out there.
No.
Just randomly.
Little sand.
But I think that, that it is something that the city really does need to be looking at in terms of those creeks. And, maybe you need to establish a creeks commission. The-
Ottawa Watershed
Yeah.
Commission is, yeah.
That whole thing, yeah, what a mess.
Okay, so
I don't know
anyway,
if they're
that's
ever
for
gonna-
another day.
Yeah, any other questions you guys might have for me in the moment?
Literally, is there anything we can do about that sediment buildup under that
Mhm.
bridge? Because that looks like.
I
that's
would
gonna-
not be able to even begin to
Yeah.
answer that question right now. That would actually be a question for our engineers to look at.
do-
Because that kind of work can potentially trigger a lot of regulatory requirements. And if that is the case, that is something that really should have been asked probably a year ago.
Mhm.
We just got here.
I'm sorry.
I did have a question or comment for you, Jill, on something to maybe consider. Is now that you've been here for a while, I think you may have identified a few areas that could use maybe a second look or some adjustments. Basically, you're prioritizing as you go, but you may have a list of things that you would like to address or would need to be addressed, but maybe not by you. And I know that as individual council members, we also have our own agendas, literally and figuratively. So would it be helpful? I think it would be helpful if perhaps you were able to create a list of items that you would like to address or a priority that council isn't kind of sending off in one direction or another. It'd be nice if we could kind of be a little cohesive moving forward with the remainder of your time. Not that we haven't been, but.
So I appreciate that. I think one is I'm very excited that Jacob came in and he gave me this big, massive whiteboard. So now I'm not trying to hold things in my head. I throw it up on the whiteboard, and that's going to help because as I'm able to get in there, I can remove things as they're getting resolved. Obviously, the ones that are staying longer become bigger issues, if you will. I think it's maybe, for the moment, council members being mindful that when you're calling me with a request, that I'm going to do everything I can to get you the information as quickly as I can. And the same thing, we get, requests from, members of the community who are asking for things too. I will do my best in which to get the information together, but at some point, if it becomes larger, that becomes more problematic. And you're going to hear me ask the question, okay, so is this more important than my getting the budget or not? So this weekend I did have an opportunity to break open, some of the budget stuff. I had a great conversation with Terry about this yesterday, and I still had some big gaps because I've got worksheets. And the worksheets that I had a series of questions, and I do not know if those questions ever got answered, quite frankly. Yesterday, we found another sort of cache because it turns out that the accountant is the one who was putting most of the stuff together. So at some point, I think that they got, hopefully, the answers to the question from the May correspondence, if you will. And I think that whatever that information was got built into the budget that you guys received. Then when you guys received it, there were still questions about how they got there. I don't know what got communicated or what didn't after that. So now I'm at the place where I'm going to take those two spreadsheets and sit them down side by side and start doing a comparison. So that leads me to the next thing. Your fee structure is woefully out of, whack. So it's when you're looking at doing your budget, you should be looking annually at your fee structure at the same time, because that is where you're able to recognize if there's a deficit, how do we begin, where is the deficit and where are some of our funding, sources. So when you're looking at your facility rentals and some of these things, are they current with what the going rate is with, similar communities? I don't know what the answer to that is because I haven't had a chance to really look at it. But as I was going through old resolutions, I'm just like, has it really been this long since you've, looked at what your rates are and trying to keep pace with those rates? So then of course it segues naturally into the whole issue around salary and pay plans. So it's a big sort of ball, if you will. And I think when I did go back through a number of prior council meetings this year in which there were conversations kind of sort of happening around budget. And there were a lot of really good questions that have been asked by a number of people, and asking about budgets in such a fashion that there were also like having your 5-year prior to get a sense of trends, taking a look at some potential forecasting, like what's happening with sales tax revenue, both at sort of like this macro level as well as what's happening here in the city. Those are things that really ideally would be addressed in the budget, but I think that the reason that you haven't been seeing it is that those budgets have been really developed by your accountant. Accountants are really uncomfortable looking into a crystal ball. They really want to know dollars and cents and not speculating from there. That's kind of the magic, if you will, of having your city staff kind of looking at those things and having conversations. So I think that's a little bit where the disconnect has occurred. Not something I'm going to solve, but I think it's something that we can flag for purposes of having conversations with the next city manager when they're coming in. Because these things, there is an art, to trying to forecast and project what's going to be happening. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're not. We had to do that a lot with looking into the crystal ball of garbage rates and fuel costs, diesel costs. HWMA at one time had to take a number of series of emergency actions back when I was on the Board of Supervisors because fuel costs were essentially going from like $1.25, all of a sudden it was shooting to $5 a gallon, and that's not what was budgeted. So sometimes, you can't see everything, so you just do your best to try to pivot. So anyway, so that's where I'm at with that one. I'm hoping that this week I've got some meetings tomorrow in Eureka. And I really want to be able to now make that dive so that we can meet then with the subcommittee, or excuse me, the ad hoc committee on the budget and start moving something forward maybe by October. And then I'll also hopefully have a plan for you to consider for the corrective actions for the bike park. Just gives me some time.
Yeah.
Those are the big things.
Thank you.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
So we have to have our budget by the end of October, right?
Yep, you do. Yep. No, you could extend it again, but
No,
it's
no.
yeah, I know. So that's why, getting you guys something and flagging, mid-year budget, I think is going to be really important to do, and do a little ground truthing on it. Like, oh, we might need to make some changes. Yeah.
Is it possible that, well, we've never done them in the two, well, no, I shouldn't say never. In the 2 years I've been on council, the 2 previous budget years, we haven't done any sort of mid-year anything with the budget.
Oh, you should absolutely do it mid-year.
Yeah.
But, I'm just wondering, you've said before, well, we'll get the budget done and then you'll have to make adjustments at mid-year. Well, mid-year is gonna be 2 months after we get the budget done. So is it possible to make those adjustments right now?
Well,
I mean,
theoretically, yes, because it's
Okay.
gonna be your budget. You know, we're gonna say mid-year, it's not really, 2 months, it's really 6 months. Because it's gonna be from July 1st,
Right.
forward, so, yeah.
So, but by the time we pass this, we're gonna be 4 months into our.
You will
6
be.
months. Yeah.
And so you may need to, there might be some assumptions that need to be corrected. More importantly, doing a mid-year to figure out where you are theoretically at that 50% expenditure in a simplistic sort of world. It also allows you to start saying, so for the upcoming year, staff, you're going to begin developing the budget. We're seeing some of these trends mid-year. Give some direction for how your budget for next year is going to look.
So it's not just about, it's not about adjusting the
not
year you're
just
in, it's about adjusting.
So, yeah, mid-year budget review is very important. Get a sense of where you are and yeah.
All right. There's no further discussion.
Motion to adjourn?
We don't have to motion. We're adjourned. We're adjourned.
Are you guys good if I just jet out of here?
Yeah.